Welcome, everyone. We will have our student representative, JAZZLYNN TUPU from Jordan, lead us in the pledge. JAZZLYNN.
Will you please stand? Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
We welcome those who are here for purposes of addressing the board. Am I reading the wrong one? I'm sorry. We are meeting remotely tonight and welcome all those who are participating by watching through YouTube. As a reminder, we welcome public comment and have provided a mechanism for you to make public comment by leaving voice messages to be played at to the board and the public during our broadcast. If you wish to speak at a future meeting, please go to our public participation page on www.lbschools.net. www.lbschools.net, which will give you more information about how to give public comment. As a reminder, in conformance with the Brown Act, we hear testimony on an item that is not listed on the agenda. A full discussion of that topic would have to be delayed until such time as the item can be publicly posted in advance as a regular agenda item. The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's closed session agenda and wishes to report that no reportable actions were taken. Okay, next we go to public hearing. We have none. Agenda items for separate action and adoption of the agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor by roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Approval of minutes.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. And now I'd like to formally introduce our student representative, Miss JAZZLYNN TUPU from Jordan. So JAZZLYNN, this is the time in our meeting where we would like to hear from you.
So thank you. Well, good evening, Superintendent Dr. Baker, board members and staff. My name is JAZZLYNN TUPU and I'm a senior at Jordan High School Ames Academy, which stands for Medical Sciences. I'm here representing Jordan High School's ASB and leadership. I'm currently serving as 2020 to 2021 student body president. Despite the many changes this year to our educational experience, we continue to rise above the challenges and thrive. We began the year with a very successful pre-registration process. We were able to provide 96% of our students with class schedules, current ID photos, textbooks, and technology to begin the year strong. We also gifted each of our incoming freshmen some Jordan swag to make them feel welcomed and a part of the Panther Pride. In our leadership class this year, we have been focusing on students' social and emotional health. Our hope is that providing celebratory activities through virtual events and challenges that we can keep kids connected to school and their peers. In September,
Freeze for everybody.
So sorry about that. I think my Wi-Fi kicked me out.
Oh, well, you're back.
Okay. I think I stopped at in September, we celebrated Hispanic Heritage, October, breast cancer awareness, and in November, we had a week-long kindness challenge where we partnered with a few of our uptown feeder schools for virtual student engagement opportunities. The kindness rally was one of our most popular. The leadership team from Lindbergh STEM Academy came and competed against our leadership team in a few games on our Instagram Live. It was a lot of fun, so stay tuned for more Uptown collaborations. Our ASB students also got to do a little community service work. We volunteered in the Uptown drive-through food distribution put on by our councilman, Rex Richardson. Volunteers helped pass out 2,000 boxes of food for the holidays. Our pathways have also been very busy. A focus this year has been solidifying our work-based learning plan for each pathway. This will create an enriching learning experience for our students based on the student learning outcomes. A point to be celebrated is the earning of silver certifications. Last year, one of our programs called JMAC earned the honor of silver certification. 2 more of our pathways, ACE and LEAPS, also recently submitted their certifications, as well. Our College and Career Center is still actively working with our seniors to close out this year strong and be prepared for the next level. We have 210 of our 400 seniors with 3 or more college applications submitted. Upon return to school, they will host a workshop to have every senior submit an application to LBCC, continuing in our Promise 2.0 partnership. Now for the latest on our school facilities. As you all know, we've been under construction for quite some time, and we had 2 huge projects finished at the beginning of this school year. Our newly remodeled media center and auditorium have finally opened and are both beautiful. We can't wait to get back on campus and use these new spaces. Lastly, one of my favorite things going on has been watching David and Star, our school mascots, out around the city. These weekly surprise visits called the Panther Pop-Ups are a sweet end of the week treat. Students get visited by the Panthers with a gift bag and counselor check-in. Due to the COVID rise, they won't be at homes this week, but you can see some of their other stops on our school's Instagram over the holiday break. Thank you.
Thank you, JAZZLYNN. Did you mention if you were a junior or a senior this year?
I'm a senior this year.
A senior, okay. Can you share with us your plans for college?
Right now, I've already applied to 10 colleges, so 6 UCs and 4 CSUs. And I think UCLA is at the top, but I definitely want to keep my options open. So yeah.
Well, we wish you good luck in everything you do, and we have faith in you. I think you're going to do just great.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I know I'm speaking for everybody. Okay, well, thank you for that report, and thank you for being here. This might potentially be a long meeting. We know that you're very committed to your studies, so if you need to leave us, don't feel that you have to spend the entire evening with us. You go when you need to go, but thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
I'll get ready for UCLA, JAZZLYNN.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to communications. Independent Audit Report 2019 to 2020. I will ask Yumi to help us out.
Hello, Diana. This is Renee, actually. I think that Yumi is having some technical difficulties tonight. So,
Okay.
hello. How are you?
Good. Thank you for joining us. This is Renee Arcus. Okay, so the Independent Audit Report.
Yes, we have a presentation tonight from our auditor from CLA, and her name is, and this is where you're going to miss Yumi because she can pronounce her last name and I can't. Gemma Tasinski, I think. I can hear her laughing or someone laughing, so that's good. I'm here to introduce Gemma, who's going to provide some information on our independent audit report, both our district audit report and our financial performance bonds for both of our bonds, Measure K and Measure E. And I'll be happy to turn it over to Gemma to provide us with some great information.
All right.
Great.
Thank you, Renee, for that introduction. It was close, Tashinsky, but close enough. My name is Gemma Tashinsky. I'm a principal with CLA. We're your independent audit firm, and I'm here this evening to talk about the results of our audit. So thank you very much, Superintendent Baker and Board President and all the members of the board for having me. We were engaged to perform the 2019-20 audits of the district's financial statements and the financial and performance audit of Measure K and Measure E. The bond audits were actually already presented to your COC, I believe last week. So our audit process is very collaborative with your team. It includes discussions with management and your audit committee at the beginning, throughout, and at the conclusion of the audit. These discussions are just really important for us to communicate our audit plan, our scope, responsibility, and at the conclusion, in particular, to review the financial statements and the report that's presented this evening. These communications are required by our standards, and they help ensure that we maintain our professional independence. And that's because ultimately management and the board is responsible for the preparation and presentation of these financial statements in conformity with accounting standards. And so as your auditor, our responsibility really is expressing an opinion based on our audit. So our audit included obtaining evidence for amounts and disclosures in the financial statements, performing procedures based on our judgment, taking into consideration various risks, the internal controls, and estimates used in preparing financial statements. Our tests of compliance related to various state and federal grants are required by the State Controller's Office, the Education Audit Appeals Panel, and the Federal Office of Management and Budget. They're under uniform guidance. So for all of that work, we've issued an unmodified opinion on the district's financial statements. This is the highest level of opinion that we can render. It means that we believe the financial statements as presented are fairly stated. Informed reader can use that to make financial decisions. There were no significant changes in accounting standards this year, so the presentation is very similar to the prior year. Part of the presentation is taking your unaudited actuals and applying from modified accrual to full accrual presentation. So that means we're taking your fixed assets, depreciation, all of the debt, and preparing a full accrual financial statement. That government-wide presentation you'll find at the beginning of the report. And one of the things I like to point out about that is there is a large unrestricted net position that's a negative number. And so I like to highlight that because that is very common. That's what you're going to see in most school districts. And that's because under those standards, you're required to report your pension liabilities for STRS and PERS. Those liabilities are derived by actuarial valuations in terms of the future value of the liabilities that will be paid. And same with your other post-employment benefit healthcare programs for your retirees. So those liabilities also are reported on that government-wide presentation. And those two components really result in having a negative number on that position. I wanted to explain what that is, and I wanted to explain that that is normal and typical for a school district. You'll see that on page 14 of the report. Also, as part of that audit, we are looking at the fund statements. So same statements that are presented to you in your unaudited actuals. There was one post-closing entry this year from the general fund, an entry for contribution to the self-insurance fund. This was actually something identified by management after the close process through their normal reconciliation process. But due to timing, they couldn't report it. So we've added it to have the general fund present fairly that end result of that contribution that needed to be recorded. Other than that, there were no audit adjustments to the report for all the other funds that are presented. And again, they're going to mirror your unaudited actuals. They're just in a little bit of a different presentation format. Also, as part of our audit, we're looking to ensure you're meeting your reserve requirement. Of course, you exceed that, and in your adopted budget for 2021, you reflect that you will exceed it as well. And a byproduct of our audit is looking at internal controls, and also, of course, we're looking at compliance. As part of that internal control evaluation, there were no findings related to the financial statements or to state or federal awards. The The state awards that we were required to audit are listed on page 92 of the report. If you want to see what the state's having us look at, a big component of that is attendance. And then the federal program that we tested this year was Title I, and our federal program testing is based on a rotation and an assessment of risk. And so that program was tested this year, and we had no findings related to compliance or internal control for Title I either. In terms of your bond audit, we performed a financial and performance audit of both Measure K and Measure E. We also issued an unmodified opinion on those financial statements, and we found no non-compliant expenditures during our performance audit. We tested about 36 million or 79% of total expenditures for Measure K, and we tested 80 million or about 65% of total expenditures for Measure E. And again, for items tested, we did not find any items of non-compliance. So at this point, I want to publicly thank everybody who participated in the audit process. This is a big project. There are a lot of people involved, a lot of departments that we visit and talk to. And this year, of course, was especially challenging with COVID, moving to more of a remote testing environment. And so just a lot of adjustment on everybody's part to accomplish this really large project. So we appreciate Yumi's team, Susan Ginder, Renee Arcus, Jennifer Gear, Sarah Slater over on the facility side and their team. Just lots of people are involved in this audit, and everybody is very responsive and helpful. And I have to also thank the audit committee for their involvement and the time they take to meet with us at the front end and at the back end to go over the results. And at that, I'll open it up for any questions or comments.
Okay, are there any, Dr. Benitez?
Thank you, Gemma. I miss our audit committee meetings from last year.
Good to see you.
Just two questions, Gemma, and I think one of them is more so that our community members understand sort of what are the implications. The first is, you mentioned that we received, I don't know if you called it the highest or the best opinion possible. Could you sort of walk us through what those opinions are? And the second question is in regard to our Measure K and Measure E bonds. Basically with those, I guess my question is, one of the main things you're looking at is that we're spending the money from those bonds on what we're supposed to be spending on the projects that we're supposed to be spending them on. Am I correct in that's one of the main components of it?
Right, that's correct. So I'll answer that first. So yeah, our process for working through the performance audit is we're looking at all of the transactions that are charged to those bond funds. We're picking and selecting a sample of expenditures from the various projects, and then we're pulling invoices, purchase orders, the bid packet, and then matching that up to the voter approved list to ensure that those projects are part of the list. And so that's what we're doing for that particular part. And then in terms of the opinion, yeah, there are a number of different opinions we can render. Unmodified is the best opinion. We can disclaim an opinion. We can have an adverse opinion. So there are other opinions where either you can't, you have a deviation from a generally accepted principle, or you have a scope limitation because information's not available, or the condition of the records are in such poor shape that you can't give an opinion regarding being in conformance with generally accepted accounting principles. So there are definitely different opinions we can give, and so when we give that unmodified opinion, it means that an informed reader has reasonable assurance about the financial statements. It doesn't mean that it means that it's materially correct. We don't look at every transaction. We can't test everything. There's always the possibility that there's something in there that's an error, but we design our test to limit that risk to a very low level so that we can feel confident about our opinion.
Thank you, Gemma, and thank you
You're welcome. It's good to see you.
And, the entire district.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking to see if there are any more questions. I'm having to bounce between two pages, so it's taking me a little bit of time. Okay. So I'd like to thank you, Gemma. everybody on the facility side of the house and the business side of the house, financial business that is. These are great results. We appreciate all the work that's gone into this. So thank you. And if there are no further questions, not seeing any, we will move to public testimony on items listed on the agenda. I'm just going to double check my next page, make sure there are no questions. Okay. Okay, so we are at public testimony. I understand we have quite a few phone messages because we have now switched over to the phone system.
That is correct.
Okay, and Letitia, can you let us know how many different public comments are on testimony on items listed on the agenda? I'll get through it.
We have approximately 30 comments on agenda items.
Okay, so quite a lot. Okay, well, let's go ahead and get started with that.
Okay. Media services will play them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Armendariz, and I live next to Wilson High, zip code 90804, and I'm speaking about item number 26, reorganization of the board. I'd like to extend a sincere welcome to Board Member Miller and Board Member Otto. Congratulations for earning the opportunity to represent and serve Long Beach children. I've attended many of the LBUSD board meetings for the past 4 years, and I've seen many things that have given me hope. I believe that Board Member Craighead, Board Member Kerr, and Board Member Benitez truly care about LBUSD students. The district staff, led by Dr. Baker, are always finding new and improved ways of supporting our children. The Long Beach teachers, counselors, support staff, and classified personnel are top-notch. But most importantly, we have a very engaged community of courageous children and loving adults who are constantly uplifting the voices of LBUSD's most vulnerable members. I have hope that their voices will help guide the district forward. In the spirit of solidarity, I'd like to acknowledge 2 groups that will continue to be at the heart of the district's progress. The first group is the Special Education Community Advisory Committee. Through their advocacy, they have helped LBUSD understand the struggles and needs of children with disabilities. They have demonstrated the areas in which the district has had exclusionary practices and have steered the district towards the all means all inclusionary approach and vision to education. The second group I'd like to acknowledge is Black Lives Matter Long Beach. Even though BLM is heavily focused on dismantling anti-Black racism within the police and incarceration systems, they have brought a focus to the school to prison and school to grave pipeline. BLM LB has helped shift the conversation to prioritize the hiring of Black educators, reduce the number of suspensions, increase socio-emotional support, and invest in anti-racist training. The CAC and BLM have shown that when we prioritize our most vulnerable and marginalized students, all our students benefit. I encourage the new board members to join the rest of the board in supporting policies that prioritize equity and inclusion. Finally, I would like to encourage the board to continue to create spaces that allow children to share their unfiltered stories. The most effective solutions to educational issues always spring from the collaboration between adults and children. Students everywhere right now are fighting all sorts of invisible battles during this pandemic. Only by sharing their challenges and struggles can students help us identify the systemic issues and barriers that are affecting their learning experience. It has been encouraging to see LBUSD partner up with students and parent organizations to create space for children to share their experiences. I hope that the board and district staff continue these efforts. Let's be bold, creative, and radical in our pursuit to bring students to the decision-making table. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marcy Douglas, and I would like to address the potential closure of the 6th through 8th grade at Gompers. I feel really strongly about this school being in our neighborhood. I can see the school from my kitchen window, all three of my children attend and have since kindergarten, and that is the basis of its appeal, is that all my kids can be at one school till high school. I like the smaller classes, the smaller middle school. There's 250 students as opposed to Bancroft or Sanford, the bigger middle schools. So I am just requesting, I understand that it's a money thing, but just the requesting that we really think about how this affects the families with jobs and things where the kids are in this neighborhood and there's really not closer middle schools and for this neighborhood in Lakewood. So I am asking that this be reconsidered. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Mindy Henderson, and I'm calling on behalf of a Spanish-speaking coworker regarding the proposal to permanently close Gompers 6th, 7th, and 8th grade classes. He just wanted to express how important it is that these grades continue because they worked really hard to get their kids into this school, mainly for childcare reasons, so that the older one can help the younger one. And in this case, if those classes are eliminated, it's going to be a great burden on their family since the parents are working so much and they really rely on their older child to help care for their younger child. So I hope that you will take this into consideration when making your decision. It will affect a lot of families this way. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lauren Curtis, and I live in District 5. This is regarding the proposed Gompers Middle School closure. I'm very concerned about this. I picked this area to live because it meant that I would not have to eventually send my son to Bancroft. I have heard nothing but bad news and experiences from other parents who send their students to Bancroft, and I greatly disagree with the choice to close Gompers Middle. You know, it's really unfortunate and pretty shameful that you can hire a new superintendent and give her a big raise only to try and quietly and quickly, with hardly any notice, shut down a quality neighborhood school right in the middle of a pandemic. And I just want you to understand, I will be not forgetting this when it's time to vote. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Locke, and I want to leave a comment for item number 26. I'm demanding that Black students' achievement be prioritized, and there is help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. Black Lives Matter in school, and this must be integrated into the curriculum, and I hope it will be. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Trunkow, and I wish to comment on the consolidation of K through 8 schools on the upcoming December 15th board meeting. Dear Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education members, it has recently come to my attention that the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education is considering action to consolidate the Hudson K through 8 school and Gompers K through 8 schools to K through 5 for the upcoming 2021-2022 school year. As a member of the business community in the Long Beach area, I fully understand the tough economic times that everyone, including the school districts, are facing, and I appreciate the board's efforts to reduce costs and spending where possible. However, as a parent of 2 children in the Long Beach Unified School District who attend Gompers K through 8 and a strong supporter of the school, both financially through donations and through my volunteer service, I feel that this is quite possibly the worst time to consider this type of action. During these unprecedented times, stability and support is one of the most important things to our children. They need to be focused on coping with the sudden onset of distance learning and overcoming the inability to be physically close to their friends, teachers, and faculty at school. The last thing my 6th grade daughter needs to deal with is facing the fact that she will have to go back to school, hopefully in the near future, at a new school without the friends, teachers, and faculty that she has grown to know and love at Gompers Elementary. This additional distress will be heartbreaking to her and to many other children who will be forced into a similar situation. Additionally, I feel that it is quite divisive and devious that the business item to be brought before the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education was brought so quickly and without proper notice to students, parents, teachers, and faculty. I feel that Dr. Christopher Lung and Dr. Jill Baker should be quite ashamed of pushing this item to the upcoming Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education meeting and only sending notice to the families of the Long Beach Unified School District the day before the meeting. This is a pathetic attempt to exclude valid and important review, reflection, and comments from the students, parents, teachers, and faculty of Hudson K-8 School and Gompers K-8 School. I am deeply disappointed that this major change would be considered and handled in the way that it has by Dr. Christopher Lund, Dr. Jill Baker, and the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education. I hope that strong consideration will be given to the students, parents, teachers, and faculty that will be impacted by this proposed change, and that the Long Beach Unified School District Board of Education will do the right thing for our children and families and postpone this decision to a future school year and give everyone the time to properly reflect, review, and comment on this very important potential change. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle De Leon. It's for the meeting regarding the closure of Hudson Middle School section. I would like to take into consideration that it's not a good time for this to happen right now due to the that we're right now, and my children attend there. They're 7th graders currently and have been there since kindergarten, and this would be devastating for them and their emotional health. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. I am calling regarding item number 26. My name is Nubia Flores Cedeno, and I am a mom with a child in special education. I am a parent organizer at Long Beach Forward, and I am a long-standing proud member of CAC. Welcome to our new board members, Eric Miller and Doug Otto. I hope you both will work with the rest of the board and LBUSD leadership for a more equitable public school education that centers our Black students, students of color, and our students with disabilities. What does that look like? It means thinking about policies and how they affect our most vulnerable, high needs, and underserved students from the top to when the student sets foot on campus or their parents do. It means reaching out to all parents and giving them an opportunity to get involved and be co-partners in their children's education and school communities. Are we doing this to our best ability if we don't have language access across all points of contact with parents? It's not just interpretation, it's written language as well. Do we have a translated agenda for the school board meeting? It means being proactive and getting ready to address the learning loss and loss of services for students with disabilities before they even return to school. It means asking parents who have students with disabilities at K-8 schools how closures will impact their lives. Many times parents choose a K-8 school model for their student in special ed because they might not be ready for the transitions of a bigger middle school environment, or there is a program at the school that fits the student's needs. There are not a lot of choices for students with disabilities in the community, and closing down schools cuts those choices even further. LBUSD has done a lot of good work, but there is more work that needs to be done. Keep bringing parents and community stakeholders to the table to support and expand your work. We are here to help. This pandemic has demonstrated how essential it is for parents to be partners with teachers. To LBUSD staff, administrators, Dr. Baker, Dr. Brown, Dr. Simon, and Dr. Hainan, and LBUSD school board members, thank you for all you've done during this difficult time. There wasn't a playbook for any of us, and I'm thankful that you continue to put health and safety first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Long Beach Unified School District. I'm calling regarding item number 26, new business K-8 school consolidation. As a resident and property owner of Lakewood, I am very disappointed to see the way that this business is being done during a pandemic. I'm extremely and extraordinarily shocked that the district would even consider a measure like this, and to send it out with so little notice to families right before a meeting is absolutely and truly shocking to me. I'm also absolutely appalled that Lakewood is now, for the first time, not a Caucasian majority city, and this is when you've chosen to target our community for the closure of middle schools being the most challenging and at-risk time for our youth. And now that Lakewood has more children of color, all of a sudden you're closing our middle schools. That is in stark contrast to what Long Beach Unified has been telling us about how much they care about our children of color and how they're concerned about access and equity. I do not want my child shipped to Long Beach. I am a property owner paying property taxes, and I'm funding Long Beach Unified District with my home here in Lakewood. And I want my child to go to school here in Lakewood and have the opportunity to have middle school in Lakewood. I don't want to have to ship him to Bancroft or to Marshall, and I don't choose Hoover as an option. That is not an option for me. I find that what you are doing right now is you're taking the property taxes from Lakewood residents, including those of us who have children of color, and you're taking away our choices, and that's abominable. It's absolutely appalling in 2020 with everything going on with the equity and racial injustice that we have been seeing, with a pandemic where our children are also suffering, that Long Beach Unified has taken this opportunity to truly try to hurt our Lakewood children. I truly urge the board to reconsider this move, this maneuver. I feel that it's absolutely inappropriate and it really is dirty. So Long Beach Unified, I hope that you'll take this into account and make a better choice and be fair to people, be fair to our children, and be mindful of the fact that for the first time, Lakewood is not a majority Caucasian city, and you're really hurting a lot of children and families of color who finally made it into a nice neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to address item 26, and that's the K-8 consolidation. So I want to just address the fact that there's a school closure going on in the city of Lakewood, perpetrated by the Long Beach Unified School District. I'm calling because I'm very, very concerned about my community. I am a longtime Lakewood resident. I'm one of the leaders in the community, and as a matter of fact, because of this item, I am going to get together with a coalition of leaders in the community as well as concerned citizens, and we're going to push the mayor and the city council of Lakewood to secede from the Long Beach Unified School District. I just want to say that I believe that there's some sort of underlying systemic racism going on here. As I look at this and I look at the current demographics of Lakewood, I can't help but to think that this has something to do with that. Now, I know you're saying something about test scores or whatever the case may be, but if we connect test scores to demographics, then we find something sinister underlying there. So I believe we need to talk about a lot more issues other than things like test scores and consolidating and things of that nature. We really need to get down to how this is working. So what I need to do is go to my coalition, and what I need you to do is really go to the community and ask the people of the community if this is what they really want. Because I believe that the students and the parents in the community of Lakewood deserve to have a voice before you sit down in this meeting and you strike a pen and you strike a gavel and take away their schools of choice. Now, I want you to also think about the fact that some people who would normally be able to walk to school can no longer walk to school. And also, remember a few years ago, you shut down the Monroe K-8 school. So now we have a situation where we really need to investigate further into what is going on with the Long Beach Unified School District. I urge you to really consider this, maybe defer it to a different time, but this is a very rash decision that doesn't need to be made at this point. Thank you for entertaining me, and goodbye.
My name is Dr. Eduardo Lara, reside in zip code 90802, and write to comment on reorganization of the board under item number 26. Congratulations to board members Eric Miller and Doug Otto on your respective election wins, and welcome to the board. Your swearing in today is timely. The district can benefit from your voices and leadership to continue moving educational equity forward. In concert with the expertise of your colleagues, board members Benitez, Craighead, and Kerr, I expect the district to deliver on an important promise, to center and uplift Black students. Aligned with that promise is the historical context I shared this past summer during a Long Beach Schools Community Forum. These remarks seem every bit as fitting today as they were over the summer, perhaps even more so when considering how much the pandemic has exacerbated schooling inequalities for students of color, while in this version, I also acknowledge a local significant change orchestrated by Black Lives Matter. It is clear since its founding in 2013 by 3 Black women, Patrice Concolors, Alicia Garza, and Opal Tometi, Black Lives Matter has worked tirelessly to bring about necessary change to eradicate white supremacy and build local power to intervene in violence inflicted on Black communities by the state and vigilantes. 7 years later, this movement's global reach has no doubt touched a chord in the broader struggle for social justice. The struggle, and consequently, the changes it's bringing in many facets of society, is palpable. Case in point, the recent outcome of the race for Los Angeles District Attorney and the immediate progressive changes the new DA initiated on day one. That has Black Lives Matter, fruit of their labor, written all over, and a pitch-perfect example of structural change to advance anti-racism. The message I'd like to underscore is that BLM has changed our society for the better, and the organizers and movement will continue to do so by showing up to board meetings and rallying community around their cause. Currently, only 35% of Black children are passing math and 30% are passing English language arts state assessments in LBUSD. That's unacceptable. Contrary to deficit framing of this data, Black children are not failing these tests. Instead, the schools are failing Black children. This injustice, I uplift ongoing demands from Black Lives Matter Long Beach. Black student learning must be prioritized. Black Lives Matter curriculum should be integrated in schools. And as the board navigates the pandemic, continue to recognize that students of color are not experiencing the pandemic in the same way as white students. Any future policies formulated must take into consideration the disproportionate learning loss for these students with pillars of equity, justice, and intersectionality the framework to guide decisions. Together with community, it's possible to deliver on the promise. Thank you for being a partner in reimagining better schools for Black children in LBUSD. Sincerely, Eduardo Lara.
Hi, my name is Suzanne Sorensen Burge, and I'm regarding the K-8 school consolidation agenda for Gompers and Hudson Middle School. I respectfully urge the board to reconsider their choice to consolidate Gompers Middle School for the year of 2021 and 22 and going forward. In doing this, it takes away 2 great middle school choices. Yes, they are smaller schools, but some of the kids need this to succeed. This period of time is so important for middle schoolers, and Gompers has some very hard-working teachers that love their students. Excuse me. My child was last year's recipient of the most inspiring student for Gompers, and couldn't have been achieved if it wasn't for her loving and caring, devoted teachers. They made it fun in ways the kids enjoyed learning and excelled. My daughter started loving school again through her learning struggles. I truly believe if she was at Bancroft or Marshall, she would have drowned and blended in and not excelled like she has. She is now a freshman at McBride High School in the engineering program. We need to stop taking away from our kids and give them the best education they deserve. Please reconsider this decision to consolidate Gompers and Hudson K-8 schools. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ayan Holmes and I live in zip code 90806. I'm calling regarding item 26. On on the upcoming board meeting. I'm calling to demand that Black student achievement be prioritized. I'm calling to demand help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. I'm calling to demand that Black Lives Matter in schools be integrated into the curriculum. Thank you for hearing me. Ayana Holmes.
Hi, my name is Molly Bennett, and I live in zip code 90807. I'm calling in reference to item 26 regarding the reorganization of the board. I'm calling to demand help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA, and to demand that Black Lives Matter in schools be integrated into the curriculum, and that Black students' achievement be prioritized in general. Thank you for hearing me. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Susan McKibben, and I have a child in Long Beach Unified School District. I would like to comment on agenda item number 26, the reorganization of the board, welcoming new board members. And I would like to encourage all board members to please uplift the needs of Black students in Long Beach Unified School District. Of course, the academic needs of Black students, but also the social and emotional needs and the cultural needs of Black students, particularly in this challenging time of the pandemic. I know that the district has in many ways focused on equity or on the perception of pursuing equity, but yet we find that Black students and their families continue to be left behind, and I encourage all board members to be cognizant of the academic, social, emotional, and cultural needs of Black students in this time. Thank you.
My name is Mary Ann Drummond. I'd like to address item number 26. And I'd like to welcome the new board members. I'd like to invite you to, as you come into this work, to uplift Black children as we move forward, given the incredible disparity rate between proficiency of students, right? And in order to meet the challenges that we have before us, it's critical that you transparently and willingly share all of the district's disaggregated data so we have a clear sense of the current landscape. Only then can we pool our best solutions, supports, resources, and next steps. To be frank, history has shown that you clearly can't do this alone, and you shouldn't do it alone, right? Because it's generally problematic to be solving problems that you don't fully understand. And really and truly, you don't have to. We have the gift of active and willing community members who understand the DNA of the challenges that students and families are facing. They are poised to lend their expertise in the best solutions, supports, resources, and next steps to meet the needs of students and families. We've had these listening sessions, and that's great. And now it's time to take action and to resist paralysis. I am concerned because I sense that you seem to be a little protective of data, and you seem to be, this body seems to be a little defensive in posture. And while that may be a natural part of processing information that you learned in listening sessions, it's important that we not get stuck in that place. Getting stuck there is how and why historically nothing's changed. Currently, we sit at the precipice of the opportunity to truly change the institution and have a positive impact on students and their families to improve our contribution to Long Beach culture and to increase student performance, proficiency, and social emotional learning. And sincerely, what wouldn't you do to bring everyone up to level, to see everyone rise? First, you need to envision that it is possible, and then you need to respond to what the community tells you they need. My fears that y'all are coming across is we listened, and now we can check a box as having done something. Please don't let that be the case. You haven't done anything yet. Now, yet, being winky face, being the operative word here, right? Power of yet. Let's do this. We can get over this hump together. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Patricia Blackman. I live in zip code 90813. I am calling regarding item 26, the incoming board members to address I am asking that the Black students' achievement be prioritized. I'm 61 years old and I've been in and out of Long Beach throughout my lifetime, providing service as social work. And I've noticed that Black children are treated with a bias. I'm calling to demand help for 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. I am calling to demand that Black Lives Matters and schools be integrated into the curriculum. Thank you for hearing me. My name again is Patricia Blackman.
Madam President, this next caller will be the last one.
Hi, my name is Linda Hollins. My zip code is 90810. I am calling regarding item 26, the incoming board members. I am calling to demand that Black students' achievement be prioritized. I am calling to demand for help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. I am calling to demand BLM in schools be integrated into the curriculum. Thank you for hearing me. My name again is Linda Hollins. I am in zip code 90820. I have been a resident here for over 50 years. And I have Black children and Black grandchildren. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the public testimony on items listed on the agenda.
Correct.
And we go to public testimony on items not listed on the agenda. Do we have any?
I do. Member Kerr, did you have a question?
Yeah, I was just asking if there's additional recordings, will those be forwarded and will we be given access to be able to listen to those, please?
I will send you written copies tomorrow.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Leticia, how many additional comments we weren't able to hear tonight?
I would say we probably have like 10 to 12 more.
That being said, I would ask Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we extend, since there's only around 10 more public comment, and since we had an overwhelming number of phone calls tonight, if anyone would second extending our public comment for tonight, given that we have 2 new school board members coming in tonight as well. And I think it's important for us to listen tonight.
I would second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? All right, roll call vote. Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer? I saw his mouth, he said aye. Dr. Williams? You're muted. Give me a thumbs up if you vote aye.
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. I vote aye. So we have, that passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Okay, I'm getting the nod, that was right. Okay, so Letitia, we will continue with those voice messages.
So to be clear, are we going to hear them all?
You said there was about 10 left, right, Leticia?
Approximately. I don't know. There's quite a few, yeah.
So can we say 30 minutes, extend public comment by 30 minutes? Is that fair, colleagues?
I believe that would be fair because we were voting under the assumption that it was 10 and at 3 minutes each. Right. I believe that's 30 minutes. So let's give us a 30-minute extension on hearing that public testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Hoff.
Hi, my name is Adriana Manfredi, and I live in zip code 90804. I'm a parent of a high schooler at Browning, 11th grader, and a 7th grader at Rogers.
Middle School. I'm calling regarding item 26, the incoming board members. I am calling to ask that Black students' achievement be prioritized. I'm calling to ask for help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. I'm calling to ask that it be recognized Black Lives Matter in schools, be integrated into the curriculum in all ways. Thank you for hearing me. Again, my name is Adriana Manfredi, and I am a Long Beach parent of 2 students. I'm in zip code 90804, Greenbelt Heights. Thank you.
Hi, my name is R.C. Harper. I live in zip code 90814, Board District 4, and I'm a parent at Lowell Elementary. And I'll be speaking about item number 26, reorganization of the board. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to my district's new board member, Doug Otto. We're excited to have you on the board, and I'm calling because I'd like to ask you to prioritize 2 groups as you start your time on the board. I think it's important that we acknowledge and prioritize our special education students who, with this pandemic, are even harder hit educationally, and there are a lot of struggles still that the district can improve upon in their practices so that we really have an all means all inclusionary approach to education. The second group I want to uplift is our Black students. What we know, the data continues to reflect that already historically in our district and nationally, Black students are disproportionately affected by the practices within our school districts that are embedded with systemic racism. And that's only been exacerbated with the pandemic. And I think Black Lives Matter Long Beach has done a great job in focusing on that issue within our school district in Long Beach. And we need to continue to put that focus on the school to prison and school to grave pipelines and how we can change that trajectory for our students. We really need to prioritize hiring more Black educators, reducing the number of suspensions, increasing social emotional learning support, and investing in anti-racism trainings for all school staff, not just teachers. I'd like to encourage you to prioritize these during your tenure in the board and know that many other residents in your District 4 support this. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Yardina Aaron, and I live in zip code 90810. I'm calling regarding item 26, the incoming board members. I'm calling to demand that Black students' achievement be prioritized. I'm calling to demand help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. I'm calling to demand Black Lives Matter in schools be integrated into the curriculum. Thank you for hearing me. This is Yardina Aaron, once again, zip code 90810.
Hi, my name is Emily Gonzalez, and I'm calling on behalf of friends and family that go to Gompers. I myself have 2 students that go to Gompers, 1 in kinder and 1 in 3rd. And we have lots of friends who have older kids who go to Gompers Middle School. You cannot shut down Gompers Middle School. It is unnecessary to do that. There is no need for that. Children love Gompers Middle School, and it's amazing that you can send your kids to a school all in one place, K through 8. So please do not shut down Gompers Middle School. Thank you.
Kim Tabari, item 26. Dear board members, this is your last board meeting for 2020 and the first meeting of the new board members, Doug Otto and Eric Miller. Thank you for your work these past few months, especially during the time of a worldwide pandemic. LBUSD, like many other districts across the country, is battling to find effective and sustainable strategies to help our children with virtual learning experiences and challenges. And the data shows that Black students are most severely impacted by not attending virtual classes. For example, at Wilson High School, 17% of their Black students are not attending classes, and this data is available for all students at every school site, yet the community is not getting access to this data. I speak on behalf of many Black students who are tired of the lack of transparency and urge the incoming board members to make this a priority. The district must do better in their efforts to help Black students who are severely impacted academically. For years, many of these students fail math and English competencies, and this has only gotten worse. We've had listening sessions, community forums, now we need action. Please don't be defensive. Let us instead work together to truly make life-changing improvements to our schools and for our students. Make space to respond to what the community is telling you they need. The lack of equity is getting larger and larger. Help our Black students today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Celine Milanum, and I live in 90807. I am calling regarding item 26, the incoming board members. I am calling to demand that Black students' achievement be prioritized. In LBUSD, only 35% of Black children are passing math and 30% are passing ELA. To reframe that, we say we are failing 65 to 70% of Black children. I am calling to demand educational justice for Black children. I am calling to demand the hiring of more Black teachers and to demand Black Lives Matter in school be integrated into our curriculum. Black children and families' safety, health, and success must be centered every day at every school. I, myself, am a product of LB schools from grades 3 through 12, Longfellow, Hughes, and I graduated Poly in 1999. I have never had a Black teacher. I have 2 children in LBUSD and will be sending you a third in a few years. My eldest daughter is 11. From kinder through 6th grade in Long Beach Unified, she has never had and still does not have a Black teacher. My middle daughter is 6 years old and had our family's first Black teacher last year in kindergarten, Miss Jones at Longfellow, who was wonderful. It took a collective 17 years of being in LBUSD for our family to have a child taught by a Black teacher. That's gross, right? It's embarrassing and it's infuriating, isn't it? What message does that send to Black children and families? What message does that send to all of us? Representation matters. Black teachers, administrators, and Black Lives Matter curriculum need to be in every school, in every community all over Long Beach. Black Lives Matter only if we live that every day. Thank you for hearing me.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Parks Kibbe. I'm calling regarding item number 26, the reorganization of the board. I would like to welcome our new board members and immediately let you know that I have a demand that the board uplift Black children in our district who I'm very concerned about. First of all, we need that Black students' achievement to be prioritized. We need help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. And we need Black Lives Matter in school to be integrated into the curriculum. Just the other day, my son, who is in 4th grade, witnessed another student make a overtly racist statement to a Black student, and he spoke out, and it's very concerning to me. I'm concerned about this young girl. This was taken to his teacher, and I appreciate her listening, but I don't feel like there is a way for me to have my voice heard on campus around prioritizing Black children's education and safety in our schools, and it needs to be addressed. Thanks so much for listening to my comment. My name is Elizabeth Parks Kibbe.
Good morning. My name is Alba Milena. I am calling regarding item 26 on the agenda for the closed session for today's board meeting, December 15th. I have already sent an email, but I'm going to read that email as I'm supposed to leave a voicemail. Dear LBUSD Board of Education, it is with great heartache that I call you today regarding the proposed suggestion to close both Hudson and Gompers middle schools. I am a parent of 3 children who have attended and still attend Gompers. My 10th grader attended Gompers from kindergarten to 8th grade and was in accelerated classes from 4th to 8th grade. My 7th grader, who is currently at Gompers, has been in accelerated classes from 4th through currently. And lastly, I have a third grade son who I expect will follow in his older siblings' footsteps and also participate in accelerated classes next year. My children have thrived in their learning at Gompers, and I am very appreciative that they have had the opportunity to grow in a smaller middle school setting. As parents, we purposely made the decision to keep them at Gompers and delay their exposure to a big school. With the unforeseen pandemic this year, I understand and appreciate the direction that LBUSD took to implement distance learning in order to keep everyone safe. Learning remotely has been very hard on kids' mental and physical well-being. All of our kids have dealt with some sort of level of depression or hardship due to the drastic lifestyle change that they have had to endure and adjust to. They have had to remain indoors, quit most sports, music programs, keep away from friends and family, and be deprived of interaction outside of the home in general. As a parent, I don't blame LBUSD. I realize that remote learning was for the greater good of everyone. The situation is out of the hands of LBUSD and the board of directors. The world is fighting this pandemic together. What is in the hands of the LBUSD board of directors is the ability to decide the future of our 6th and 7th graders. Our kids have already endured such a challenging year, and I can't imagine what they must feel and the detriment they will experience when they can't experience a normal next school year. The pandemic has been difficult for all parents and teachers, but we are adults and can cope more effectively than kids, for the most part. It would be a cruel and unusual punishment to uproot any sense of normalcy they expected to have upon returning to school in the near future and have to adjust to a new school. Middle school and adolescence is tough enough, even when you have been there since kindergarten. But having to start again after suffering the consequences of remote learning will be unexplainably difficult and negatively impactful to their educational growth and mental and physical health. Most parents understand that there are budgets to adhere to and savings to be had. And maybe it's not reasonable to permanently keep these 2 middle schools open. However, keeping the middle schools open for another 2 years so that current 6th and 7th grade students can finish their middle school education is reasonable. We owe it to these kids to restore their normal, quote unquote, and allow them to recover from the impact that COVID-19 had on their learning. As a parent, it is my responsibility to protect my children and shield them from as many of the world's problems as possible. I ask that you help us protect our children as well by voting to keep the middle schools open for at least 2 more years. Thank you in advance for considering my recommendation. Have a good day.
Good morning. My name is Ana Luna, and I wanted to address item 26 on the agenda. I just wanted to ensure that our board is uplifting our colored kids in our schools. I hope that the equity policy development update is up to date and includes very important, but also very straight to the point wording and actions, a plan, and how the plan will be ensured and make sure that it's being taken care of, that it's actually being placed into action for changes to happen in our school district. Being that I grew up in the school district and then that I was part of working for the school district, I know that there's a lot of change that needs to happen. And I just think that culture diversity since the beginning of schooling for these children would uplift them, and it would give them a lot of equity in their culture and who they are. At the end of the day, it's just to make sure that these kids know that they are the future because they are, and to set them up for success, knowing that us as adults, educators, and personnel support them all the way and believe in their dreams and aspirations, no matter what color they are. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Camila Jackson. I live in zip code 90755. I am calling regarding item number 26, the incoming board members. I'm calling to demand that Black students' achievement be prioritized during this time. I'm also calling to demand help for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and English. I am calling to demand Black Lives Matter in schools be integrated into our curriculum. And thank you for hearing from me.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Daniels. I live in zip code 90810. I am calling regarding item 26. With the incoming board members, I am calling to demand that Black students' achievement be prioritized. I'm calling to demand for the 65 to 70% of Black children that are failing math and ELA. I'm calling to demand Black Lives Matter in school be integrated into the curriculum. Thank you for hearing me. This is Aaliyah Daniels.
Hi, my name is Kaylee, and I live in zip code 90803. Wanted to say welcome to the new District 4 council member. I'm calling regarding item 26, the incoming board members. I'm calling to demand that the Black students' achievement be prioritized. I'm also calling to demand help for the 65 to 70% of Black children in Long Beach that are failing math and ELA. So I'm calling to demand that Black Lives Matter in Long Beach School District be integrated into the curriculum. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Kaylee again. Looking forward to it. Bye.
My name is Ellen Hartwick, and I'm calling from zip code 90815, commenting on the reorganization of the board under item number 26. I offer my congratulations to board members Eric Miller and Doug Otto, and look to you for leadership for our students and communities. I'm a clinical social worker, and I've worked on at least 10 LBUSD campuses with students. I am also a parent of students who are and who have attended LBUSD schools. It is from this lens, as both a professional and a parent, that I'm compelled to speak for the urgent and ongoing need to center and uplift Black students, including integrating Black Lives Matter curriculum into our schools. As a social worker, I have seen the disparately higher rates of Black students that are referred for mental health services and often identified as exhibiting disruptive classroom behaviors. As a parent, I've seen my own children who are white presenting unfairly benefit from and being impacted as well by implicit bias on school campuses and the failure of addressing the anti-Black racism that is embedded in our school systems. I ask that your policy decisions consider these disparities, including academic disparities, with 35% of Black students passing math, 30% passing English language arts, and build out policy decisions from a perspective of equity, justice, and intersectionality, and including with partnership with Black Lives Matter Long Beach. We can do, and we owe it to our students to do so much better in promoting healthy and positive outcomes for all of our students. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, my name is Melissa Morgan. I live in zip code 90805, and I have a student in Poly High as well as at Hughes Middle School. I am speaking on item number 26, and I'm also grateful to be a newly named member of the Long Beach Unified School District's Equity Leadership Team. So I'm very much looking forward to how I might be able to contribute and share and uplift voices, particularly that I hear from the Black community, as well as other communities whose voices often are not heard in our public settings. I want to say thank you to Dr. Felton Williams for the positive experiences we've had over the years and the many times when he served as a great point of contact for me to learn about what was happening with the school district. So just wanted to appreciate him and the work he's done over the years to support our students and to support them having the best experience they could in our school district. I also would like to welcome new board members, Eric Miller and Doug Otto, and I look forward to getting to know who you are and seeing how you make tough decisions to really stand up and speak up for our students, especially those who are most in need. I would like to request that Black student achievement be prioritized in Long Beach Unified School District. I believe that so much more can be done in order for that to happen. I would like to demand help for the majority of our Black students who are failing math. 65% of them are failing math, and 70% of them are failing English language arts. Our schools are failing our children. I believe that wholeheartedly, and I know we can do better. And lastly, I would like to request that Black Lives Matter in school curriculum be integrated in the curriculum in our schools. We know that we are not given a very robust education around Black identity, Black culture, and the incredible historic contributions of our Black ancestors in our world today and in our communities. I would also like to request that any future policies that the school district formulates, that they take into consideration the disproportionate learning loss for our students, and that you integrate equity, justice, and also look at intersectionality in order to frame the framework that help to guide your decisions. You know that I am a huge advocate around justice, diversity, and inclusion, and equity, and I am here to speak up for those whose voices aren't heard, and not just for my children, but also for my neighbors' children. Thank you.
I believe that's all we had.
Okay, now we go to public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
We have 3 of those.
3 of those. Okay, let's play those.
This is Tonya Reyes Aranga. I live in zip code 90806 and speaking on agenda item 21, items not listed on the agenda. I want to address the board on the issue of below average schools as defined by greatschools.org. We should find out why and where these schools exist. There were 13 last year and only 9 this year. Have you identified what was done to move them from below average to now just average? I think it deserves a closer look. Some suggest that absolutely nothing has changed for the criteria and the definition of below average. I hope that's not the case. Most of these low-performing schools are in North Long Beach and Megan Kerr's area with a total of 5. My area has 2 below average schools. Last year there were 4. Juan Benitez has 1. Last year there were 3. Mr. Otto has 1, and President Craighead has none. In fact, over 70% of all District 5 schools are listed as above average or top rated. Is this planned or coincidental? Why is this important? Well, because for most families, the single factor in wealth accumulation is home ownership. Most families work hard and are lucky enough to own a home, can refinance and pay for their child's education, for tutors, supplies, test prep courses, medical bills, or just leverage the equity in their home for a better life if they're lucky. The value of their home is determined by the neighborhood, and the number of one factor of a good neighborhood is a highly rated school. It's for this reason that families in North and West Long Beach should be concerned if they have below average schools in their neighborhoods. All the below average elementary schools are west of Cherry Avenue. Below average middle schools are all west of Orange Avenue, and high schools west of California Avenue, tightening and concentrating that below average label and pushing it to the west and north side of the city. The other thing they have in common is that they all are subject to LBUSD policies. What you do here matters, and administrative practices impact people's wealth, their children, and their children's future. I am hopeful when I hear that the newly assembled district equity leadership team will be tasked with making recommendations regarding policy and practices. I believe that if we look at the implementation of certain policies, we may find that the way they are implemented results in an unequal and inequitable access to above average schools, and in fact can contribute to a concentration of below average schools in certain areas of the city. I hope the leadership team, the board, or anyone concerned with our schools take a closer look at these 3 policies. 1, parents' choice. No parent really believes they have any choice. It is up to the principal and the counselors and your child's GPA. 2, high school graduation requirements, notably for career pathways and, more importantly, equitable availability of A through G courses across the district. 3, school consolidations and closures such as K-8 and the location of magnet-type programs. Do not think that below average schools are there because there are below average students, below average neighborhoods, or below average parents. They are there because of LBUSD actions. There is no reason why West and North Long Beach cannot also have 70% of their schools labeled as above average. Please look at the entire district and find out why are some areas being left behind.
Hello, my name is JAZZLYNN Tatum, LBUSD parent, Area 2, non-agendized item. I would like to begin by thanking the district for collaborating with community in the delivery of the Community Education Forum, addressing the challenges of pandemic learning that took place on December 5th. Although the event was a success, there is much to learn about true collaboration and community engagement. To the incoming board members, Otto and Miller, you are stepping into a legacy of failed students. Prior to the pandemic, as reported in 2019, 63% of Black students did not meet English language proficiency, and 56% Latino students did not meet English language proficiency. 74% of Black students did not meet math proficiency, and 64 Latino students did not meet math proficiency. As students transitioned from middle school to high school, 62% Black students were not high school ready, and 52% Latino students were not ready. We have no idea what the effects of online learning is having on our students. I hope that as you enter your term as board member, you make changes to this dismal data a priority. To my new board representative, Eric Miller, I want to remind you that the role of the school board is to ensure that the school district is responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of the community you have been elected to serve. You have much to prove, and I hope that you're intentional in getting to know the community. Respectfully, JAZZLYNN Tatum.
Hello, my name is Mariela Salgado, and I'd like to speak on a non-agendized item. First, I'd like to welcome our new board members, Mr. Doug Otto and Eric Miller. You come at a time when we are looking for public servants to lead the response to pandemic learning and its challenges. As a parent of two in the school district, education advocate, and parks commissioner, I want to remind and highlight a couple of your duties given the tremendous amount of pressure our teachers, parents, and most importantly, our students are experiencing. As I've seen over the course of 9 months, our most vulnerable are taking the impact and at a disadvantage in these times. And why I believe the following duties are of utmost importance: approving expenditures and academic initiatives that directly mitigate learning loss and support our high-need students, our English learners, those with disabilities, Black students, foster youth, and those experiencing homelessness. Secondly, establish an equity policy that embraces and the value of diversity in its operations while eliminating practices that perpetuate disparities among students and schools. Education is the great equalizer, and I look forward to your work that you will put forth to build better environments for our children. Separately, in regards to budget, I've previously asked and will continue to bring attention to CARES Act funding and its expenditures. Did we do enough to provide technology and tools for students and teachers? The answer, purchasing some Chromebooks or sufficient hotspots, is not enough. What is the school actively doing to expand access, replace old technology, and provide necessary tools to keep students engaged? As we all received notice yesterday, distant learning will continue to March 1st. And I want to know that we have updated Chromebook availability for every student and actively replacing, that our students have what they need to continue distant learning. Also, according to the LCFF budget overview for parents, only $54 million out of the $113 million in supplemental concentration funds that LBUSD received to increase and improve the education of high-need students in the district are accounted for in the learning continuity plan. This is unacceptable. Please provide a line item summary of how the district is intending to increase or improve services for high-need students that accounts for all $125 million of the equity dollars that the district received. Again, welcome Mr. Otto and Mr. Miller, and look forward to hearing you hold our district accountable for the betterment of our students. Thank you.
That is all the testimony we have.
Okay, thank you, Letitia. Now we go to the staff report. Dr. Baker.
Thank you, President Craighead. Let me check with Mr. Itzen and see about the slides as I get ready to open this conversation on the reopening of schools. Thank you. Right, good evening, board and colleagues and community. This is an incredibly difficult time across our nation and in our local community. And so tonight, as I share this information, I'm thinking of all of the frontline workers, many of whom are also our students' parents, our spouses, partners, family, and friends who are doing all that they can to care for those who have been hospitalized with COVID. And so yesterday we made a big announcement about a big and difficult announcement that we have to extend distance learning to March 1st. And delay the phasing in-person instruction, including the phasing in of small cohorts of students with disabilities, which we had planned for this month. So our announcement is in response to the surge of COVID in our local community and our county's inability to reach the red tier on the timeline that would allow us to bring students back into school buildings on January 28th. So tonight we're going to cover just 3 questions, mostly reiterating the information that was shared in our community message, also posted on our website, as well as in print on our website and distributed widely across the community. Really to reiterate the details, to make public those details that were part of that communication. In addition to the 2 questions about what is allowable right now, given the current health order, and why we're delaying our planned phasing in of in-person instruction. Mr. Zaid, with support from Dr. Brown, are also going to address questions about our district COVID dashboard so that there is public clarity around the use of that dashboard to monitor and to make transparent the cases of COVID that we are experiencing within the school district. So with those 3 questions in mind, I will go to the first question, which is the next slide. Thank you. We've had a lot of questions about what is actually allowable right now, given the current health order that's in place. And so this slide just clearly summarizes, here's what is allowable. Child care services, infant, toddler, and preschool services, in-person assessments, small cohorts of students with IEPs, and sports conditioning. We've been able actually to conduct all of those allowable activities with the exception of bringing cohorts of students in, which we had planned for December, but because of the surge in COVID, we had to postpone until after the first of the year. Next slide. So of course, the question is, why are we delaying our planned phasing in of in-person instruction from January 28th to March 1st? In our announcement yesterday, we actually shared 2 revised dates for phasing students into schools for in-person or hybrid learning. These dates are also dependent on the health conditions around us, and unless the state changes anything about those requirements, it will take us 28 days to actually meet the requirements to be able to phase students in large scale beyond the way that we have already brought students in under the current conditions. So we are absolutely hopeful and ready and preparing for March 1st, hoping that those conditions or the requirements change that allow us to phase more students in. We also, in yesterday's announcement, made clear a second date that if our county doesn't meet the requirements for phasing back in by March 1st, then we talked about and published April 12th as the next date that we will be looking to for widespread implementation of in-person instruction on a hybrid model likely. On our website, you can find a revised phasing in plan for in-person instruction. So as we move into the month of January, our revised phasing in timeline includes a continued plan to have small cohorts of students come into schools for specialized programs, and you can see that in the January box. It also includes revisiting our initial plans that we were making prior to the Thanksgiving break to submit a waiver to have TK through 2nd grade students in small numbers phase into school for in-person instruction on a hybrid model. Truly, it is our hope and encouragement, especially as we head into the winter break, that the public will heed the advice of health officials, that the public will wear their masks, that they will not interact with people outside of their immediate household, that travel will be suspended, and folks will stay home as much as possible, because we know what happens outside of schools actually has an incredible impact on our ability to bring staff and students back into schools. And so with these two questions in mind, I want to turn to Mr. Zaid, who is going to provide an update and some information on our COVID case data within the district. And I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Zaid and Dr. Brown, who have added COVID captain to their job duties through this very difficult time, in addition to all of the departmental oversight that they provide and their regular day-to-day work. They're managing COVID in a way that we could never have imagined going into this time, and have done an exceptional job. So I'll turn over to Mr. Zaid to provide an update on the COVID dashboard.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. I am thankful to our team within research, as well as our public relations office and all the offices who work together to ensure that we were able to have a dashboard to promote transparency. One of the clarifications that I want to begin with on this evening, because we began to hear this come up over the last 2 weeks, was just, what does the dashboard actually display? And so to help with that clarity, everyone will see a new sentence that was added right underneath the dashboard that just says, this dashboard shows cases confirmed at sites. Each positive case is followed up with a site notification and can include parent notifications when our childcare facilities are impacted, or our preschool facilities are impacted, or where we have students. So the very first clarification that I want to make sure everyone understands is the dashboard shows very transparently cases that have been on our campus. It does not display a case that was not on our campus. And I just want to give 2 examples of that so everyone just has a clear understanding of that. We currently have teachers as well as classified staff who support our classrooms, who are working from home. When we gain knowledge that someone is positive, if they have not been on our campus, our dashboard would not reflect that. In addition, we've also had instances, as another example, of individuals who may have become exposed over the weekend. And due to that exposure over the weekend, they sought testing and they never came back to the campus or the site. So they were never on the campus, never on that site, and the exposure may have occurred over the weekend. In those instances, if that exposure turns into symptoms or testing that results in a positive, we count back and we look specifically at when they were last on our campus. And so I just wanted to provide that clarification so everyone has an understanding of what our dashboard displays. If we can go to the next slide, there's just some data that we want to share with you. I went over bullet 1 and 2. The data reflects confirmed cases of adults, which can take place in the staff as employees or as vendors or children in our school. If you just take a look at the numbers or just scroll through the dashboard, you will see that it does reflect an increase in cases from November 30th. From September 1st to November 30th, there were around 80 combined cases, and between December 1st through December 14th, there have been 42 alone. And so there has definitely been an increase. And we reflect this in a transparent way to ensure that our community is aware of our dashboard and the cases that have had an impact on our campuses. I also want to let everyone know from a transparent standpoint that there have been times where we have discovered a glitch within our dashboard that did occur between November 25th and around December 4th, where we noticed that our dashboard, which normally updates each evening as we input into our dashboard daily, it normally updates each evening, but between those dates, we noticed that it was not updating. In working with research, our research found the entry glitch that was a mistake that had temporarily caused the dashboard to stop updating. And we research fixed that, and it was back updating again on December 7th. So community members who may be watching the dashboard daily may have seen it almost appear to kind of stall and then the numbers jump. That was because of an internal glitch. I also want to just let the community know that when it comes to our dashboard and ensuring accuracy, we have staff that does cross-checking of our reports with the dashboard. We typically audit it almost every other week just to ensure that our data is as accurate as possible. But as soon as we become aware, we make our community aware through notifications, and we update our dashboard to ensure transparency. I'll see if there's anything that Dr. Brown would like to add, and then if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer any questions that are out there.
I can't see if anybody has a question. So if you have a question, go ahead and speak up.
This is Juan Benitez, Madam Chair. Was Dr. Brown going to add anything?
No, I'm sorry. I added while I was on mute. I have to do that at least once a meeting. And I said, thank you, Mr. Zaid. We welcome any questions that you have. Mr. Itzen, could you take the slides down so that we could then see people's faces again?
Thank you, Dr. Brown, Dr. Baker, Mr. Zaid. I have a couple of questions. One is, do we have the ability to contact trace? In other words, for the 122 cases, Mr. Zaid, do we know where they contracted COVID, given that they were present at one of our sites? I'll start with that one.
So we do have the ability to contact trace. Contact trace doesn't necessarily include us trying to figure out where they may have contracted COVID, but it does include looking at who they may have been in close contact with on our site. So when we think of contact tracing, we think of it in terms of identifying direct exposure. And a direct exposure is defined as other staff or potentially students, if we're talking about our preschools or childcare facilities, where you were less than 6 feet for longer than 15 cumulative minutes. By cumulative, that just simply means if maybe I was with you for 3 minutes in close contact, but those over an 8-hour period, that may have occurred multiple occasions. So we do contact tracing, and we have a separate exposure notice that we give to employees or to staff or to students when they are in close contact. So that is a part of our procedures that we have trained all of our COVID captains on, and we have a COVID captain for each of our sites.
Thank you, Mr. Zaid. So we don't necessarily know whether someone potentially contracted COVID at a school site, or someone may have had contracted COVID outside of a school site, but may have showed up to the school site with COVID. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Well, I'm trying to make sure that I understand your question in terms of where they may have contracted it versus links in between employees. So we do track links in between employees. If one employee is a direct exposure to another employee, that causes us to then monitor that employee to see what may develop over that 14 days. but we don't try to initially find out whether they contracted it at a grocery store or a family gathering, or if they were living life or at home, and so we do links in between employees if that gets to the essence of your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And just following along with that scenario, for those that we do know contracted COVID, do we require a negative test before allowing that person to come back to our school site?
So we don't require a negative test before they can come back to our school site, but we do require a return to work clearance. And a return to work clearance is provided by a medical provider, or it could be provided by the health department. So there is something that clears you to return to work.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, Mr. Zay, thank you. I'm sure our public thinks all this information is super helpful, including our staff and students. I noticed it on our dashboard, and at some point I had seen this, I just forgot to ask the question. We have a September 1st as the first, is there a reason why September 1st? Because obviously we had reports of COVID cases prior to September 1st. My assumption is that those are not reflected in the post-September 1st data that we have. Was there a specific reason why September 1st was chosen as a start date for our dashboard?
We just localized the data when students returned. Dr. Benitez, we have the data going back to March 13th.
Okay.
And could certainly provide that, but we just wanted to identify a clear starting point that linked to having students back in our system and more staff back on our campus.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I guess my last question is for either you, Dr. Brown, or Dr. Baker. First off, I really appreciated the video that came out with the wealth of information. If folks, haven't seen that or weren't able to tune into tonight's meeting, we just remind them that there is a video with much more information. So my question is more related to, as many community members have been asking, the March 1st date, right? So there are so many reasons why we're not able to do January 28th. My question is around, March 1st as opposed to, as an example, March 8th or the following week. If you could talk more about the March 1st, Dr. Baker, Dr. Brown, whoever would like to answer that.
I'll be glad to address the question. We have, as Dr. Baker mentioned, we've worked so closely with our local health authority and certainly with the county guidance and the state guidance. And the way that the tiers are set up right now, which is what we are working from, it would really, in order to move into the red tier, we would really have to reach that marker in the case we were just working with by by January 1st. So we would need to be in the red tier in Los Angeles County by January 1st. And we were certain that that would not happen. So that was the first marker that we used. Beyond that, and keeping with the same premise, that we really need to be within a tier, the red tier, for 28 days, we applied the same logic, which is what brought us to March 1st. And March 1st was the Monday associated with that date. Going forward, we wanted to, because we've heard our community and we live and work in the community and parent in the community, we want to know this information too. Providing the April 12th date was a way of just putting a marker there. Again, applying the same logic and the science that we've been directed to use right now. So that's how we landed on April 12th. Sorry for my blunders in saying July in Orange County, but I hope I clearly answered your question.
Absolutely, Dr. Brown. And the Monday after spring break date sort of made sense just from logistics, but I appreciate the March 1st explanation. Thank you.
I'll add just a bit of context, Dr. Benitez. We also know that the city of Long Beach will not be repopulating their offices until March 1st as well. And so just the context of the city team that's making decisions in the same way that we're making decisions, they're looking at a March 1st date as well.
Thank you. Ms. Kerr, did you have a question or comment?
I did. I had a couple of questions. Mr. Zaid or Dr. Brown, can you talk to us about how you track visitors who up until this week have been able to come to campus for various purposes and how they need to be included in that contact tracing piece?
Sure. So each one of our sites begins with a entry point, and so they have designated entry points. At that entry point, that is where we do temperature checks, as well as we go through screening questions. Those questions include checking in on symptoms to make sure that you're not experiencing any symptoms, to make sure that you have not been in contact with anyone who has been positive for COVID, and to make sure that you are not currently waiting on the results of a COVID test. So it begins with a screen. From there, that is also where names are written down. If you are, a visitor or if you are a vendor. So that's one of the ways that we know exactly who's on our campus on what date. And so everyone has to be screened before entering, including employees. And then if someone is not an employee, that is one of the ways that we're able to know through the site logs of who is on what campus. And that includes our maintenance employees. And so we have a collaborative network of being able to know exactly who is on which campus so that we can ensure notifications.
And do we notify potential visitors? So if a parent was doing business in the office, if there was an exposure while they were there, possibly of a staff member or vendor or employee, do we notify those guests who are on campus at that time of a potential exposure in the way that we notify parents and staff?
That's the purpose of the general notification, is that we want to provide that information to people who may have come to the campus, as well as those that work from the campus. And then the event that there were a close contact that involved a visitor or a parent, of which there's been so much less. That's been a very infrequent occurrence because we have less close contact with parents and volunteers on our campuses. That they would be included in the contact tracing and they would receive an exposure notification.
Great, thank you. And then just to clarify, I know we do contact tracing, as you talked about those linkages of potential staff and students and families and vendors and all of that. I think maybe when the general public hears contact tracing, we think perhaps we're doing that spider web effect of every person that person came in contact with. So I just wanted to clarify that our contact tracing is limited to the risk of exposure to our school communities. So we're not calling side relationship exposure just ones that are germane to our schools. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we leave the more epidemiological linkages to the health departments and the medical providers to do that follow-up. But we want to focus specifically on the impact to our campus.
Thank you. And just some general comments, Dr. Baker, around reopening. I know there's great concern and some assumptions that we aren't wanting to have our students back on campus, that somehow we're all willing just to let the year go. And I just wanted to ask or say out loud that we know, and our deepest desire is to have students learn, and we all know that that happens best in a classroom setting, and that the goals of the dates for me are that hope that perhaps we can get to some kind of that situation. And it really is about the community taking responsibility for our own actions in being able to make that happen. So when we talk about contact tracing or coming to a school, it's about being honest about, do you have symptoms? Are you telling us the truth? There isn't shame in having COVID. We just need help knowing where exposure is to keep our community safe. And I want to thank you for that, but also to say out loud that we want kids in our schools to learn as soon as it is safe to do so. So I appreciate the hope that we might get there with the help and support of the community making really good choices about keeping safe and socially distant and wearing masks and staying home when asked. So thank you.
Thank you. And I want to publicly affirm what you said, Mrs. Kerr, and also just share that we are also advocating with state officials and others about the re-entry into school buildings. We will be ready when that date comes. We have PPE, we have the resources to bring students back into schools. And in the meantime, we'll continue to advocate with both local and state officials for what we need in terms of fiscal resources to support that, and also what we may need in terms of their thinking around common standards across the state to bring us back into school buildings. So we are publicly affirming that we want our students back into buildings as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Do we have any further questions or comments about?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to build on Board Member Kerr's comments about community and concern about following our community safety and community protocols. So I've been meeting, I think I mentioned here at our last school board meeting, with parents virtually in my district every other week. And I have another meeting this Thursday planned in the evening. And for all the challenges that the parents that I've spoken to, many of them being non-native English speakers, for all the challenges that they're facing, the frustrations that they've expressed with remote learning, whether that be accessibility or navigating our platforms, or just questions around digital literacy and digital divide and instruction. We've heard them, right? We've heard them here. We've read them from emails. Not one of the parents, and I'm speaking specifically to the parents that I've spoken to in my district, many of them non-native English speakers, not one of the parents that I've spoken to, and I've asked every single one the same question. If we could return to school on Monday, given all of the challenges with online learning, and not to take away from, we have a lot of work to do with our virtual platforms. Not one of them has said that they feel safe sending their students, their children back to school. If we could, I think I used the phrase a couple months ago, wave a magic wand around. So I think it's important to highlight that there are many of our community members that may not have access to us in the ways that others do, may not have the resources or the ability to communicate and stay engaged with us, but nonetheless, they think their students are safer at home in spite of, and again, it's not to take away from everything that we got to get right, in spite of the challenges that they're facing at home. So I just felt important to highlight that aspect of it, that is a core of us pushing back our January 28th date, right? That we are listening to all of our community members.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. I know with the holidays, and it's hard to adjust our social lives. It's hard to accept the fact that it's dangerous to gather, sometimes with our own extended family. I know for myself personally, I miss gathering with my friends at this time, and I'm going to be missing out with seeing extended family for Christmas. But we all feel that that's the safest thing to do, that our healthcare system is overwhelmed at this time. Every night I watch the news and I see these healthcare workers interviewed and talking about the exhaustion, talking about the emotional toll it takes to care for everybody. A lot of people who are sick and don't make it out of the hospital, and others that may recover but have long-lasting effects because of it. So for me and my family, we've decided that we're not going to be celebrating the holidays as we usually do, but we do that in hopes that we'll be able to get together soon when things change. And there's a lot of reason for hope. We have vaccines. We have 2 vaccines that have come out this week. We know that here in California, our frontline workers are being vaccinated this week. Hopeful that our teachers will be vaccinated sooner rather than later, that things will change, that we can really buckle down and see that we have a shared responsibility in conquering this virus that has created this disruption in learning and all these other issues. But I am hopeful that we'll be able to do that. And like you, Dr. Benitez, wish that we had a magic wand to make things different, because we do hear about the struggles with our teachers who are working so hard to provide the best education possible, for our students that are working so hard to keep up, and those challenges presented by online instruction. And I know we all deeply, deeply wish that our kids could be back in the classrooms. And so for those reasons, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do better, pull together more as a community, and help each other out. Were there any further questions or comments on the school reopening? Okay, then we are ready to move on to business items, personnel. Dr. Williams.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have the personnel report prepared by Mr. David Zaid, Assistant Superintendent of HR, and approved by our Superintendent, Dr. Jill Baker. I'll read the classified portion of the report first. There were 11 appointments, 36 leaves of absence, 1 separation, 8 resignations, 2 retirements, 2 amendments. And for the certificated portion of the report, there were 13 appointments, 8 leaves of absence, 1 resignation, 2 retirements. I move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Finance Report A.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Finance Report B.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I recuse myself from participation in Finance Report B on the consent calendar. I have a potential financial interest under Government Code 1091 and 87100. My husband works for a subcontractor who has done work for the payees.
All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, that passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. Business Department Report.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Purchasing and Contracts Report.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Superintendent items, we have none.
President Craighead, while I have no items, I do want to suggest a brief recess for about 5 or 6 minutes to give the board a break and then to return for the new business items.
Okay, so let's see. It's just about 7, so how about 7:05? Does that give everybody enough time? Maybe stretch? Couple of thumbs up. Okay, we will reconvene at 7:05. And our next item of business is unfinished business. We have none. And we move to new business, the K-8 school consolidation.
Good evening, Board President Craighead and members of the board and executive staff. Let me start off by welcoming our new board members, Eric Miller and Doug Otto, tonight. Chris Itzen, if you could pull up the presentation for tonight. Let me start off by welcoming or by thanking our parents, our 10 parents and community members who shared during our public comment section regarding this item. Building upon the presentation I made on December 2nd, I bring forth this difficult yet important action item. I know how hard it is to consider this objective recommendation. While data is driving this recommendation, I recognize the personal impact that it has on our students, our families, and our teachers at Gompers and Hudson K-8 schools. Chris, if you could advance to the next slide, please. Behind this decision is really the following guiding principles. It's a recognition that our K-8 program has been flexible over the past 25 years. Most of our K-8 schools, as I shared with you during our prior presentation, did not start as K-8 schools. In fact, just 3 of our schools actually started as K-8 schools. The other 5 were actually elementary schools that expanded to a K-8 program. In addition, we've had K-8 programs go back to elementary school. As a matter of fact, we have 2 schools currently operating in our system right now, both Henry and Bircham, both of which were K-8 schools that are now operating as elementary schools. In addition, it's as part of this recognition is an acknowledgement that the schools that are currently K-8 were elementary schools for a long time prior to becoming K-8. In many cases, they were elementary schools for 50 years before becoming a K-8 school. We could talk specifically about the individual schools in question as it relates to that. Another guiding principle to this decision is looking at our vision for MSK-8 schools and the experience that we want our students to have in a comprehensive middle school, or a comprehensive middle school experience, if you will. The access to program options, the access to electives, the opportunity access to programs, clubs, courses, as well as obviously the preparation for high school and beyond. The expansion of certain electives into our middle school that prepare students for high school, whether that be algebra or language other than English, that actually gives students A to G credit coming out of middle school, or whether that's access to unique electives like coding, medical detectives, like I said, those other languages that are addressed in our middle school program. In addition, as part of our work, we hold in high regard our embracing of continuous improvement as part of our work. And program evaluation is a significant part of that. And reevaluating our programs where we're finding challenges, where we're finding successes. In addition to that, this decision does have a financial impact. As I shared in our last board meeting, our K-8 schools are more expensive to run than our middle schools. So there is a financial implication to that. And the challenge there is they are more expensive to run, but yet may not be providing the same comprehensive experience that many of our middle schools can provide. So it's with that financial and fiscal responsibility in mind that this recommendation comes forth. And then the final is just an acknowledgement that closing any program is never easy. It's an acknowledgement of the difficult decision that I'm placing before you, and a recognition of the challenges of that decision, knowing the impact that it has on our parents and students and community members. If we can go to the next slide. So the first recommendation is as it relates to Hudson K-8 on the recommendation to convert that school into an elementary school. The recommendation is built upon the data that I shared with you on December 2nd, the decreasing enrollment school-wide, and in particular at the middle school level at Hudson, the decreasing residential enrollment at the school site. It is our smallest K-8 school currently with only 200 general education middle school students. There are only 2 sections per subject per grade. So you have a very few number of sections for teaching assignments at that particular school for the middle school, which then just creates limited options for electives within that program. And our school of choice process has not been able to compensate for that decreasing enrollment. So as I shared with you previously, we look at the number of applications and the number of applications in particular that choose that particular school first, second, or third on their list to make it a viable option for placement. And the numbers have just been decreasing year over year. The size of the school does limit the ability to offer a comprehensive middle school program, the limited electives, clubs, and programs available at the school site. The school performance data has not kept pace with the average middle school program at Hudson K-8. And as I mentioned earlier, it's just our K-8 schools are more expensive to operate than our traditional middle schools. So it's with those key points in mind that we are making the recommendation to convert Hudson K-8 to Hudson Elementary School as it was prior to 1997. The next slide, please. Similarly, as it relates to Gompers K-8, we are making a similar recommendation to convert Gompers K-8 to Gompers Elementary as it was prior to 2005. So Gompers has been a K-8 school for the last 15 years. For roughly the 50 years prior to that, it was an elementary school. The enrollment, once again, school-wide has been decreasing year over year for the past 6 years. It is the second smallest of our K-8 schools with roughly 250 general education middle school students. The enrollment is nowhere near capacity. So we have 70 current vacancies at Gompers that we've not been able to fill. In addition, parents and community members at Gompers are already choosing by the choices that they make. So a third of our matriculating 5th grade students at Gompers year over year have chosen to attend other middle schools. So these are students that have gone through the elementary program and not chosen to stay at their school site for whatever reason that a parent might have in doing so, whether that's access to unique programs like the ATM program at Bancroft or access to additional art electives at Marshall, whatever the program may be. In addition, once again, the school choice process has not compensated for that decreasing enrollment at the school site. Gompers does currently offer three courses per grade level. That would need to drop to 2, which is part of the recommendation here in terms of the viability of that middle school program as a result of that decreasing enrollment. As an indication of just how few students actually continue through the Gompers program, roughly 25% of the students on average of the 8th grade classes attended Gompers in kindergarten. So for most of the students that graduate from Gompers or culminate from Gompers in 8th grade, 75% of them were not Gompers students in elementary school. The size does limit our ability, once again, to offer a comprehensive middle school program. The impact, therefore, on the electives and clubs and programs at the school site. As with Hudson, the school performance data has not kept pace with the average middle school program. And once again, as mentioned earlier, it is more expensive to operate than a traditional middle school program. The next slide outlines other action steps that we are taking in relation to this to be able to address some of the concerns that parents may have. We are looking to obviously expand our the capacity at select middle and K-8 schools to really absorb the students that would be matriculating from 5th, 6th, and 7th grade out of the Gompers and Hudson communities. We're going to work with our Equity Access Office and our research offices to implement a supplemental school of choice process for our current 6th and 7th grade students at Gompers and Hudson with a prioritized enrollment in other programs. So what essentially that means is that we are going to expand our next year's 7th and 8th grade sections at select schools based on the school of choices recommendations that our parents make in those 2 school programs. So based on the number of students that choose a program, we will look to expand the enrollment in those schools where the students or parents in this case have chosen the particular program. In addition, we're going to make accommodations for siblings moving up. So if a current 6th and 7th grade student has an upcoming sibling who's a 5th grader, for example, moving into middle school, we will take that into consideration. Or if they have a sibling in an existing middle school, that can be taken into consideration. As part of this as well, we are looking at expanding our 2 schools, 2 K-8 schools that have limited elective options. So previously at our meeting, I shared with you the creative scheduling that many of our K-8 schools do to provide additional elective options to K-8 middle school students. The 2 exceptions there would be Muir and Powell. And we're going to be working with the principals and the school sites to expand their elective options so that they can more closely approximate the average number of electives that our middle schools offer. In addition, we have 1 remaining program that is a small program, and that is Muir's middle school program. We're going to be looking to expand Muir's program to make it a more inclusive program, a larger program. We have not been able to do that previously because of the limited space at Muir, but with the decreasing enrollment at the elementary level, there is available space, especially now with the Measure E project nearing completion at that site. So the final slide I'm going to share with you before I address any questions or concerns that you may have is this is the current enrollment in the 2 schools that we're talking about for 6th and 7th grade students. So on the left-hand side, you can see the Hudson enrollment of the 6th and 7th grade students and generally where they live throughout our city. Obviously, you see a large clustering there north of PCH and south of Willow near the Hudson neighborhood. But you do see a large number of students that are just north of that Willow crossing line, as well as students that live in other areas. Obviously, just north of Willow is when you get closer to Stevens, which is the residential area for many of the students already. The distance between Hudson and Stevens is 1.1 miles. So we have a very close distance to the nearest middle school. Obviously, these students would also get priority placement into other programs. So if they choose to apply to a nearby school or to another middle school program, we could take that into consideration. On the right-hand side is where you see the Gompers enrollment. On the far right there is generally where Gompers is located, with roughly about half of their students in that particular area. And you see a large clustering of students throughout our city and throughout Lakewood and Signal Hill of students that attend Gompers. This is the backfilling that I talked about in terms of trying to pull additional students into Gompers at the middle school level, just because of the small number from the residential area. The nearest middle school in that case is just south of that large cluster there. That would be Bancroft, which would be the residential school for most of the students. Gompers currently doesn't have a residential boundary area, so Bancroft often, in most cases, is the residential middle school for most of the Gompers community. Just outside of that, you can see a large number of students that would fall into other residential school areas, whether that be the other middle school in Lakewood, Hoover, or into some of our other middle school areas, whether that's Lindsay, Hamilton, Lindbergh, Hughes. So once again, you can see we have students that take advantage of our school choice process here to attend schools in other areas. And we would then therefore prioritize their selection based on their new school of choice recommendations that they made. So that's just to give you some additional talking points as it relates to particular questions that you may have on students in particular that are being impacted by this decision. As a final note, there was a public comment about potential phasing in or phasing out of the program as well. And we could talk about that potential impact as well, if that's a concern or a question you may have. But I'll open it up for questions at this point.
Okay, do we have questions? Ms. Kerr.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lund. I appreciate the information you provided at our last meeting and again today. So when you say we're going to prioritize students, does that, in lay people terms, that mean that those students move to the front of the line when school of choice options become available? Because we know that there are some middle schools that when folks try to school of choice in, there's just not a possibility. So the students from these schools would have first pick at middle school's choice?
That's correct. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the process concurrent with the upcoming 5th grade. So following that same timeline, which occurs in February. It closes on February 22nd, if I remember correctly. We normally would notify the 5th grade of their 6th grade placement in April. We are going to notify these particular 6th and 7th grade students moving to 7th and 8th in March. So basically a 2-week turnaround to give them that information earlier, to really alleviate those concerns that parents might have and students might have on where they're going to be next year. So that priority placement will be based on the choice selection that they make and where we can open up additional programs in our sites. One advantage we have is that we have experienced some decreasing enrollment at the middle school level. So that gives us greater flexibility around expanding options for 7th and 8th grade. So that's going to be dependent upon school and community. So some schools that's easier to do than others. So it'll really be examining where we can absorb students based on current space availability and where we can open up additional sections at those particular schools based on level of interest.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Benitez?
Dr. Lund, thank you for building on the presentation from our last board meeting. So we know this was a very difficult recommendation to make, Dr. Lund, and I don't want to downplay the impact that this would have on students and their families. Could you talk a little bit about the timeline and this idea that came up today about phasing in the consolidation? If our board decides to take action on the recommendation and consolidate, we'd be talking about that this would take effect beginning next academic year, fall 2021. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So the recommendation the way it's worded at this point is to close the entire middle school program at each of those 2 school sites for next school year, so that we would no longer take any incoming 5th grade students into that program, and we would find alternative placement for the current 6th and 7th grade students. Obviously, our current 8th grade students are already matriculating into the high school level. So it is for next school year, 9 months from now, that this decision is being made.
Thank you, Dr. Lund. And that being said, again, not downplaying the impact this is going to have on students, but we are providing opportunity here for soft landing for students, right, at their school of choice for the middle school. I want to highlight, Dr. Lund, and this is going to be an ongoing issue for us given our budget climate and our budget uncertainty, right? So even though you highlighted the costs involved with this, which certainly have ramifications for our district, that's tied into our enrollments, and that's also tied into the challenges and limitations with the K-8 model, right? So you talked about electives, we talked about disproportionate classroom sizes and options for students. So I don't want to lose sight that even though this is a difficult decision that we need to make, that it's not in the abstract, right? That this isn't normal circumstances, this isn't normal operating procedure, that we have some very challenging budget climate just around the corner and budget decisions. And so this is also taking into account that, yes, there will be some costs here, reduction in costs, but we're not talking about potentially reducing staff as an example, right? So I want to make sure to highlight that the cost analysis here isn't in the abstract, right? That we're in the middle of a very uncertain budget climate as well. So could you talk a little bit more about that, Dr. Lund?
Yeah, and I would invite Yumi if you would like to weigh in as well, just based on our conversations. Obviously, in our projections for next year, we're trying to take into consideration the decreasing enrollment that you discussed, those positions that we could anticipate losing across our school sites, the decreasing elementary, middle, and high school enrollment across the system, and how do we plan accordingly for that. And then those other cost-saving measures that you referenced in terms of where we can tighten programs that just year over year are decreasing or have shown less interest perhaps in comparison to other programs. So where we can make sure that the existing K-8 programs can be more robust and comprehensive, and those other programs that, like I said, can be mitigated through these measures of closure or partial closures. So the positive in this case is that obviously we're keeping the elementary schools open as obviously a school of residence for the community, which I think is really important. And then looking specifically at what soft landing we can provide to our middle school students. So the cost implication here, like you said, is not necessarily decreased staffing explicitly, although we probably would have looked at that as it relates to Gompers in particular, given the low enrollment. So there is some decreased staffing there. Obviously, in terms of teacher positions, our teachers would fall under our transfer and assignments, and David can talk further about that from an HR standpoint, so that they would obviously have additional placements at other schools, so there's no loss of job, assuming you're in a permanent position at those school sites. The cost savings really comes as a result of the lower class ratio that we need to keep at the K-8 schools in comparison to the middle schools. In addition to the higher cost of select personnel as it relates to the K-8 middle school designation by comparison to an elementary designation. So Yumi, I don't know if there's anything else based on our conversations that you would add.
Well, tonight we have the first interim financial report, in which will provide the larger context for our budget and the very challenging times that we will be moving into. So we look forward to more conversation on the larger budget picture when the first interim comes up.
Ms. Kerr.
Yeah, Dr. Lund, you started to address this, and maybe Mr. Zaid would add to it. We know a lot of teachers and staff watch our board meetings as well. So you touched on that teachers would be in the transfer process. Could you just talk a little bit more about what that means for existing middle school staff at those sites?
Sure. So anytime there is a reduction on any of our campuses, that triggers what is referred to as a displacement. And displacements actually get first choice on vacancies or openings prior to it's a part of the transfer process, but it goes before we actually take employees who are requesting a transfer. So they get, for the most part, you can consider it priority placement, because displacements get placed first, and they select the school sites that they are interested in going to. And we not only provide that to all of the staff that are being potentially displaced, but we also offer individual consultations with our HR staffing team or our credential team if teachers want to know about other options as it relates to board authorization or other areas there might be.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Benitez.
Yeah, I want to make sure before we take action on this, that if our board approves this recommendation, the additional support we're going to provide for families and students, right, given the short notice that they received about this consolidation. So anyone that can speak to additional communication, outreach, support, giving the parents and the students the options that they'll have, the priority that you talked about. So anyone that can speak to that, because again, just given the impact that this is going to have on students and their families.
Yeah, so we've scheduled some immediate meetings both tomorrow and Thursday with staff at the two sites. So we're scheduled for a meeting tomorrow morning at Hudson to meet with the middle school staff, and then on Thursday with the Gomper staff. In addition, we'll be scheduling meetings with parents in January that really outlines the specifics of the school of choice process and how they can engage in that process. So really addressing all those specific concerns and questions related to the priority placement, the siblings, the accommodations for unique circumstances. So both Dr. Camarino, Cecilia Camarino, and myself will be meeting with parents from both those school sites to talk specifically about their placement options.
Diana?
Yes, Dr. Williams.
Yeah, Chris, thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Looking at all the variables, and we understand that schooling is a very personal issue for parents. It always has been. And having to deal with these kinds of issues as a board member have never been easy. But as a board member, there is a responsibility to look at the bigger picture, and that is the financial constraints on the system and how you keep that system operating in spite of some of these issues that come up. So as I say, it's not easy. It's never been easy in all the 16 years that I've been here and having to deal with this kind of thing in the past. On Monday morning, you got to open those school doors. You got to open up the school. So as difficult as it is, the decision's got to be based on what is appropriate, what is right for the district. Thank you very much for that presentation. John's got a question, Diana.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Dr. Lind, I have a question about the current 6th and 7th graders. Is there any way we could accommodate these families if they choose to remain at their current schools?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we obviously considered that as well. We considered what that phase out might look like to essentially run a 7th and 8th grade program next year, and then an 8th grade program the following year as we phase out the middle school. We've done that before in select schools with varying degrees of success, to be honest with you. We did that with Hill when we phased out Hill. And you know, Dr. Camarino can talk perhaps about that experience at Hill as we phased out programs. We phased out a program at Henry when we made the school a full dual immersion school, and we phased out their EO classes as a result. There's some challenges there from a cultural standpoint at the school site, and how do you maintain a connection to the school? There's some logistical challenges, in particular with middle school, when you phase out a program. You have obviously courses that have to be taught by credentialed teachers, and there's limited ways to do that with small numbers of students. So part of that phase out would either require, one, not offering a school of choice program to keep the remaining students there, because you have a very small number of students to begin with, roughly 60 to 70 students per grade level. So if you were to offer a school of choice and lose half of them, you're looking at a very small number of students that would remain. I mean, it's possible and it's something we can explore, but the impact would be an extreme limitation on what electives, if any, you could offer at the school site. You would have a challenge of how to staff that school site, where either you pursue a self-contained option, which essentially would be basically something that we've done in 6th grade typically for middle school, but you could do something similar in 7th and 8th, where essentially you have a self-contained class with one teacher with a multiple subject credential. Now, obviously with specific courses like algebra, that would become very challenging to actually meet that requirement. You would most likely be putting the students into a general math course in both 7th and 8th grade to accommodate such a program, which, like I said, I don't know if that's necessarily what's best for students. The only way around that option would be to basically set up traveling teachers that would be working at another school site, have to take a period to travel to another site to then teach the other students. So you would have basically a shared teacher assignment across sites to make something like this happen with more specific courses. So it does become a logistical challenge in doing so. So when we considered that option, we really made the recommendation based on really what's best for the overall access and better overall educational program, the best program option that we can make available to students. So that was really the consideration as a potential phase out. So in summary, can it be done? Yes, it can be done, but I think it comes with certain ramifications, if you will, or consequences as it relates to program offerings.
Thank you. Mr. Meyer, did you have a question?
I wanted to compliment Chris on the background work that he's done to make this plan. I think it's sound. The big challenge is assuring to the parents of these young people that their programs are going to be solid and perhaps even better than before. So, Chris, I think I heard you say you're starting to meet with these parents tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow we'll be with staff. We're meeting with the middle school staffs at the two schools, and we'll start to meet with parents in January.
Well, the parent meeting seems to me to be so wonderfully important. I don't think we can expect parents to follow this conversation that we've been having tonight and feel very good about the changes their kids are going to have to make. So it's really going to be a PR job that you and your staff can do, I'm sure, with the parents to assure them that their kids are going to be well taken care of.
I will say that we have amazing programs from throughout our district, and it's really accessing and learning about the different programs that are available at the middle school and accommodating those unique circumstances that parents find themselves in. So whether that's transportation concerns and access to nearby programs, so being able to expand residential programs if necessary, or being able to expand to other programs where parents can access those additional programs.
Good work. I've got great confidence in you and your staff.
Thank you.
Ms. Kerr, did you have a question?
More a comment following Mr. Meyer's comments around outreach to parents. I know obviously high school choice and middle school choice look very different this year, and the ability to visit school sites, programs it's unavailable right now. And so I am hopeful that there are ways to creatively interact with the parents at both of these school sites, going over and above maybe what we would have done before in terms of inviting middle schools to come and do presentations much the way we would have high schools do that for school of choice, but to really innovate and use the technology platforms that we have to answer as many questions as possible and to really open up some of the extraordinary programs that we have at middle school. We know that many of our middle school electives and programs feed right into potential high school programs, whether they're robotics courses or coding courses like you talked about, or health related pathway courses. So as students start to map their educational journey, if we can start that work by really being as transparent and share as much information about these middle school programs that do lead to high school programs as possible, just as a way to acknowledge that we understand this is incredibly difficult for families, but that if they've been in a K-8, they might not know some of the really great possibilities that are happening at our comprehensive middle schools.
Yes, so we'll be obviously building on the virtual education celebration offerings that are already in the works. I saw Robert on the call earlier. I don't know if he wants to talk about those offerings, but we are doing some introductions into all of our programs. We are also setting up specific parent nights for each and every middle and K-8 program. So this could be something that we could easily replicate for our 7th and 8th grade so that it feels more personal to their request.
Thank you. Well, this is an action item, so we need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. I know we've had some questions and comments, but any further discussion on this item? I will just add that while I appreciate the dilemma of facing budget constraints and everything extraordinary due to this COVID economy and the difficult decisions we face in light of that. That I've spent the last few days hearing from my constituents, and I'm persuaded by their concerns. I can't in good conscience vote for this motion knowing the effect it will have on the Lakewood community that I represent. So if there's nothing further, all in favor, Dr. Benitez?
I vote aye, contingent on everything that we expressed in terms of the parent support and the student support piece. That I just want to emphasize, the going above and beyond for the students and families that are impacted.
Thank you. Ms. Kerr?
Aye, for the same reasons Dr. Benitez just spoke.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote no. So that passes 4-1. The next item is approve additional members to the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion.
As always, a thank you to those who are stepping up to serve. I think there were some familiar names and returning members. I know folks that I've interacted with. Again, thank you for stepping up to represent your community.
Yes, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Budget overview for parents. Mr. Tagorda, would you like to address this one?
Yes, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, executive staff, and members of the community. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to share with you a document that's intended to be an accompaniment of the agenda item that you will see in the ensuing items related to the first interim financial report. This is a document that was collaboratively developed with our business department, and it's in tandem with that first interim financial report. And the background of it is this. With COVID-19, ordinarily, as part of our local control and accountability plan, the board would adopt that plan alongside this budget overview. But because of the circumstances surrounding the pandemic, the state passed Senate Bill 98, which canceled the LCAP for this year and instead required districts to develop a learning continuity and attendance plan, which the board passed in September. SB 98 also stated that the budget overview ought to be submitted with the first interim, reflecting the fiscal information in this latter document, and then presenting it in a more concise fashion. So this document is available on lbschools.net under local control in English, Spanish, and Khmer. And one last note related to one of the public comments, talking about the discrepancy in terms of some of the numbers between what can be found in the budget overview as it relates to resources dedicated to high need students. The learning continuity and attendance plan, and therefore this budget overview, does not necessarily reflect, or nor are we required to reflect all that we do throughout the entire school system, specifically as it relates to our high need students. The learning continuity and attendance plan is supposed to be targeted toward those activities that are supporting the district and its schools and students and community as we persevere through the pandemic. So it is a much more targeted document than what an LCAP would normally present. And it is by design that it is like that. And therefore, to the degree that individuals may find some discrepancies between the budget overview and that document, it is because it is not intended to be as holistic of a document as the LCAP ordinarily is.
Do we have questions? Dr. Benitez?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tagorda. And I would just build with a little bit more specificity because there were some public comments, right, made. So big picture, and again, this is all available to our community. We have 943 million, approximately, dollars in our district. 125 of those, 125 million are aligned with our local continuity and attendance plan. 53.6, I believe, close to 54 million are specifically going to our English learners, our foster students, and our low-income students. And I want to share sort of a perspective here that of that 943, the reason that 125 goes, in accordance with our continuity and attendance plan is because about 80% of our budget goes to is personnel related, right? So basically the remainder of our budget is going to our alignment with our, I hate to say LCAP because then folks conflate the continuity and attendance plan with our local control accountability plan. But I wanted to make that clear, right? That almost $54 million are specifically going to our English learners, our foster students, and our low-income students. Am I correct in that interpretation, Mr. Tagorda or Yumi?
Yes, specific to the learning continuity and attendance plan, which was where the public comment was focused on, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Tagorda.
You're welcome.
Okay, this is also an action item, so we need a motion.
I move approval.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Equity Policy Development Update. Dr. Brown.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President. Nice to be with all of you this evening. If I could just ask Mr. Itzen to assist me in pulling up the slides. I've got several slides to share with you this evening and two components to what is an information item. The first pertains to an update around our student equity leadership team. If you could advance the slide, Chris. We have 24 really wonderful young people representing 11 high schools that have applied and been selected to represent our student equity leadership work. On the slide, you see the demographic information of the students who are going to be participating. We will be meeting for the first time on January 6th. And I've been enjoying correspondence with the students and have asked them in preparation for our first meeting to do a few things. One, to notify their principals of their participation. I shared with the students that their voice could communicate that they will be representing other students in our district and also their school in participation on this committee. I also have asked them to think about their definition of equity and come with examples of experiences that they are seeing so that we can really be lifting up their voice and working from their voice in the experiences that they're having. And then also coming with an issue of equity that feels personally important to them. And so Dr. Camarino will be joining me in facilitation of this group. And I have to say, couldn't be more honored, excited, and ready to engage with our young people. And I know every time that we have opportunity to listen from them, they guide us towards more of what we need to be doing. Second component to the update this evening also feels exciting and like a new chapter in the work that we are doing district-wide around our excellence and equity initiatives. We have completed the selection process for our district equity leadership team. We engaged in a process where we gathered applications from interested participants back in early November. I've shared with you before that we received an overwhelming, just a really wonderful number of applications, 243 to be exact. And the applicants were asked the 3 questions that you see in front of you. What prompted your interest in applying to be a part of the equity leadership team? We asked them to share an example of an issue of equity that they've recognized and acted upon. We asked them to share what they did and how they responded. And then the 3rd question was, if those who know you were asked about your equity lens, what would they say about you? And the responses were compelling, and they were moving, and they were insightful, and they made it really hard to make a selection from the information that we gathered. I'm really grateful to Dr. Lucy Salazar and also to Tammy Lavelle for joining me in working through the applications and reading them again and again and again, and really working to make a decision that both represents the spirit of the work that we want to do, but also captures the interest and the engagement of our community in what we're doing next. And so I'll share with you how we plan to do that, because I've been referencing those 243 applicants. The fact that we got so many as good trouble, and I really believe that it is. I really believe that it's launching our work into the community in a new way. So let me tell you a little bit about the data of the applicants. You could advance the slide, Chris. As I mentioned, we received 243 applications. That was comprised of about 130 parent, and I should mention grandparents. We had some grandparents who also applied, 130 parent or community members, and about 113 staff. We received 32 male, 193 female, and 18 who preferred not to state their gender. I've provided an ethnic breakdown of those who applied. And then going forward, I wanted to tell you a few things about just the selection and the design of the work. Advance the slide. So we selected the members ultimately on the quality and depth of their responses, the diversity and of thought and shared experiences that they were raising, and then really wanting to seek a balance of roles. So we really wanted to work to balance the roles within the group so that we were getting parent or grandparent or guardian input. We were getting input from community members, and we were getting input from staff. We're really focused on the policy work and the excellence and equity initiatives that we have moving forward in the district. And we want to make sure that the leadership of that work and the advisory group around that work is comprised of a representative group of stakeholders. Ultimately, we selected 30 participants, and I've listed the both gender and ethnic breakdown of those participants here. And on the next slide, I'll share with you the design that we are working towards. So you'll see at the top, we have an equity leadership team steering committee. And this is comprised of staff, and they are specifically staff who represent areas of equity within our system and with a specific lens. So you see David Zaid, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, And he is actively engaged in staffing, in recruitment, in thinking about how the equity lens that we apply to hiring decisions is extremely critical. You heard in the public comment that the community is also seeking a voice and action in our hiring practices. Dr. Lucy Salazar, who represents our organizational equity and community engagement work. Dr. Pam Lovett, who is the Equity and Excellence Coordinator within the Office of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development. And again, through our public comment this evening, you've heard a strong and urgency and demands really around the curriculum selections that we're making. Dr. Rachel Heenan is the Director of Special Education. Again, in keeping with even comments we've heard this evening, really wanting representation around the voice for our students with disabilities in the community. Dr. Claudia Sosa Valderrama is the Director of Student Support Services. Again, representing a group of our most vulnerable, to include our foster youth and our students who are experiencing homelessness. And then Dr. Kelly On is instrumental in our leadership development office and the work that we're doing around how we engage new administrators. Now, I could go on in terms of others who are doing equity work within our district, but this is really meant to be a sample of people who will guide the efforts that we're making, and more than that, receive input in the work that they are doing from this wonderful team that we've assembled. So you see the equity leadership team, which is made up, again, 30 participants. And here I begin to, if you can just go backwards for just a moment, Chris. Thank you. Here I begin to reference district board areas. So you'll see here that there are 30 members that are a part of the equity leadership team. We selected those participants in relation to your district board areas because we wanted to have a way of accessing information from within all of our communities, and both through the leadership team and through the varying work groups that you see. So the work groups are comprised of about 20 people each, and those work groups are also people who were applicants in this process and who, in reaching out, have committed to continue to want to participate and are willing to join us in this work as we go forward. And so I believe there's going to be a really nice flow between the way that our equity leadership team is working to gather input from the varying work groups, and then filtering that information to the steering committee, who will then create this nice push-pull between the two. And the idea here is, A, that we've captured the interest and the charge of our community and those who have sought participation on this important topic, but also that we've created a conduit of accessing information for other groups that are seeking input, to include yourselves. And so here you have organized for you both members of the equity leadership team, but also a work group that is representative of community members and staff within your district area that you can call upon for issues that you would like to discuss, or for forums that you are organizing in your area. So this, I hope, will become a group that we can call upon for a number of different reasons. On the next slide, you'll see the names of those who are a part of the equity leadership team. Again, or just organized for thought and to continue with the discussion this evening in district area. And then lastly, I just wanted to share some next steps with you in terms of what to expect. The steering committee will be meeting on January 6th. And then after that, I will be working to contact individual members of the equity leadership team between January 4th and January 20th. I'll be doing an individual reach out to all of those members to gather some more specific information about their thoughts, their experiences, and anything that they would like to individually discuss prior to beginning our work together. Our first meeting is scheduled for January 21st. And then beyond that, we will be reaching out to schedule the varying work group meetings, and the staff who are a part of the equity leadership team will be helping to facilitate those groups. So this was meant to be a really high level update. Much of our next steps will grow out of conversation, effort, work with the equity leadership team. And so I didn't want to get too much further into goals and purpose and next steps, because we need the 30 people that will be joining in the work to be able to weigh in and share their experiences. It's what we've asked them to do. And we've done this specifically because we need to hear from them. And we are really grateful already for the ways that they will share their personal and professional experience with us and help us to grow forward in the work that we are taking very seriously. So with that, I welcome any questions, comments that you have.
Ms. Kerr.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for the work, and I want to thank the 230 people who are excited to be engaged in the work with us. I'm really excited about the District 1 team when I got that list. They are people who care deeply about our community and who want to advocate for all students, especially those that are in the first district. So I appreciate both the regional aspect of this and the overall full district view that we ask folks to take in this work. So I look forward to what's next, but appreciate all the good work that's gone into creating this stellar team.
I'd like to add that it hasn't been common to our work to organize by district area, but this seems like the right time to begin to engage our individual communities in different ways, but always with the lens of coming back together as a broad district. And so this is a new step, and it seems like the right step, but we'll let the group tell us how we're doing in that choice.
Dr. Benitez.
Yeah, I echo Board Member Kerr. Thank you to those 243 that applied. I'm also very happy that we found a way to involve the folks that weren't part of the 30, and that actually happily and pleasantly surprised that we had at least 20 from each of our districts. So does that mean that the group would be around 100 if it's 20 per district, Dr. Brown? So that's great to hear.
Yeah.
Great to hear. So I'm excited for Team District 3 as well.
Diane?
Yes, Dr. Williams.
Yes, thank you, Tiffany, for that excellent report. It is so gratifying to know that this community is taking such a deep interest in equity for our students. And something that's has always been at the bottom of my heart with respect to what we do in this district. But to see this coming to fruition is very fortuitous, but it's gratifying to see a whole community wrap itself around this issue of equity. As I prepare to leave, it's my last meeting today. I can only say how proud I am to see the way this district is moving forward with respect to equity.
Thank you for setting such a good example for us, Dr. Williams. And I want to give you open invitation to any of our meetings if you can spare the time for us.
As long as you provide lunch, I'll be fine.
I thought you might say that. Okay.
Yes, I would just like to echo the comments of my colleagues that this is wonderful work. You've done a great job with this, and it is so exciting to see the number of people who are willing to step up and help out. And it takes a village, and I believe we've created quite the village of community members. Okay, let's see. So Well, this is an
This
information
is just an
item.
information item. Mhm.
Yeah, information item, nothing to vote on this one. Do we have any further questions or comments? Okay, well, let's move on. Thank you, Tiffany. Let's move on then to Resolution 121520-A, declaring the results of the general municipal election held on November 3rd, 2020, and such other matters as provided by law. And you know what? I skipped.
First interim report, I think you forgot.
Yeah, I did skip one, so I will go back.
Okay.
And I'll go back because I skipped the first interim financial report for 2020, 2021, and Yumi would not be happy with me, or Renee, if Renee is still with us.
Yes, she is.
Okay, so Yumi, you're here.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. I'm happy to kick this item off while Mr. Itzen pulls up the slides. So the first interim financial report is our first review of actual revenues and expenditures for this year. The board is required to certify whether the district can meet its financial obligations for this year and then the 2 succeeding out years. We are recommending a positive certification, but we are strongly urging caution, prudence, and very deliberate financial planning as we move through these very challenging and uncertain times. So I'm happy to bring forward Renee Arcus, who will bring you through the highlights of the interim financial report.
Good evening again, everybody. I'm very happy to have Yumi back. I want to speak a little bit about our general fund revenues. As many of you know, we spoke before, there's 2 pieces. There's the unrestricted and the restricted portion of our general fund. Our restricted and unrestricted revenues are about $964 million. This slide is going to focus on our unrestricted general fund revenues and where we're headed in the next 3 years. As you can see, this chart shows the projected revenue for the current and the next 3 years are in a pattern of decline. And I want to speak a little bit about that decline and the factors that have led to that. What we have is a large portion, actually the LCFF, the unrestricted revenue, is highly dependent on our enrollment, hence the attendance factor, and our unduplicated pupil count. So this year, our experience has been a loss of 3% of our enrollment. This, we originally planned for about a 2% loss in enrollment, and the 3% loss is reflecting, of course, what many districts are experiencing during this time. We do have some savings from the state, and we have a hold harmless that sunsets in 22-23, and that continues to keep our attendance factors from 19-20 in place for both 2021 and 21-22. So we get a little bit of a 2-year break on the enrollment loss that we're experiencing now. However, currently the state has not put that break into effect for any future years. And you'll see in 22-23, we have approximately a $42 million decline in revenue from the year before, as the enrollment loss that we're projecting catches up with us. Another large point is our unduplicated pupil count. We've spoken about this at prior meetings, and it is a large factor in how we are paid from the state of California. Our unduplicated pupil count leading into this year was approximately 67%. This represents free and reduced students, foster youth, homeless students, anybody, EL students as well. And this year, we've spoken extensively during the board meetings about our process in attempting to collect information to bring this percentage up. However, at the time of reporting of the first interim, we had a decline in our unduplicated pupil count from 67% to about 63%. I did hear, however, our efforts have paid off, and we are hoping to bring back to you with second interim some increase in our unduplicated pupil count which will in fact affect our revenue for this year in our second interim. The other factor that we included during this time is our federal CARES Act funding. We have received about $90 million of federal CARES Act funding, and we have included this in our first interim reporting. Again, the amount that we were going to receive was was unknown at the time of our adoption of budget, but we have gotten better numbers and we're able to include this revenue in there. The large support from this revenue has been supporting our nutrition services department, our technology, some distance learning, and custodial PPE, among many other things. We have included a spreadsheet on our district website that shows how we are planning on spending our CARES Act funding as well. The next section I want to talk about is our general fund unrestricted expenditures. In conjunction with declining revenues, we have anticipated increases to our expenses. You can see the one anomaly in 2021 that has come from basically some reduction in spending in our term due to the delay of in-person enrollment, in-person instruction. However, as you can see, the future years show a decline or increased expenditures of 33 million, 20 million, and 10.8 million. Many of the factors that go into this are increased retirement costs, health and welfare, and basic operational costs such as utilities. Next slide, Chris. Again, the factors that I'm talking about are reduction in spending in the near term to delay of in-person instruction. However, in 21-22, we have taken the tact of returning to our previous levels of expenditures and have included all increases related to our retirement benefits as well as our health and welfare and any anticipated increases to services that we may be undertaking. One of the biggest factors that just can't be calculated is the COVID-related expenditures that are likely to continue. Our CARES Act funding is $90 million, but it has currently about $56 million of that money will finish on December 30th of this year, and that will result in expenditures that we will have to take into the general fund for our COVID expenditures. This slide is a slide that shows our unrestricted ending balances. And this is a representation of the funding remaining after the fiscal year is completed and is a gauge of the district's fiscal health. As you can see, in the past few years, we have been on the rise, accumulating in 2021 with a $295.1 million balance. And that has been intentional with programs and monitoring expenses and monitoring revenues. And then we do have some just factors that really hit, obviously COVID and related factors that are hitting us in 2021 that are showing the decline in our balances going forward to an eventual decline to about 74.1 million projected in our 23-24 year. With revenues decreasing, expenses on the rise, this deficit pattern of spending is going to emerge and continue to emerge. However, we have some next steps. The governor's budget for 21-22 is going to be released in January of 2021. I've told everyone before, we actually get we often get two revisions, one in May. Well, we get a May revision, and then ultimately there seems to be some changes before the adoption or right after the adoption in June. So we are hopeful to hear what the governor's budget has to bring us in 21-22. We will bring these, any revenue assumptions or changes will likely change what our projections are in our first interim report, and our goal will be to bring those to you with our second interim financial report. Along with recommendations to address the structural deficit. And we're going to continue to engage the community in our prioritizing of spending that we have been doing in our budget engagement process. So with that information, we'd like to open it up with any questions that anyone may have.
Okay, it looks like Ms. Kerr has a question.
Yes, thank you for your hard work. I know that downward slope is not good news, and I am grateful for the decisions that this board and staff recommendations over the last several years that got us to a place to have a healthy reserve that really is buoying us in the middle of a really unknown time. So 2 questions. When the hold harmless around enrollment was adopted, I believe that was back with this in the May or June adoption. Do we know if there's any discussion around continuing the hold harmless another year or 2? I can't imagine, well, I didn't anticipate this is where we would be in terms of still not in a classroom situation. I think we all had a different expectation of how the rest of the year would play out when that budget was adopted. So do we know if there's any discussion with the governor or the governor's budget that we might be able to be held harmless another year or 2 on that enrollment? And I assume that that would help things.
That would absolutely help things. However, I have not heard of any discussion in particular past a hold harmless past 21, 22.
Okay. And the second piece around what the budget looks like, I know revenues were higher than expected, and there was a lot of talk around, I think I saw the word windfall in a headline, which was completely inappropriate in my opinion, around money for schools, because that was one, if it ends up coming to us, it will be one-time money. So can you talk about what the impact of, if we were to get more money than expected at some point in the form of one-time dollars, what that does to that line and how we historically have spent and or not spent one-time dollars in our overall ongoing budget?
We would we have a lot of the one-time funding that we received in the past, we have not spent, and that has helped to really uplift our ending balances. Any one-time monies that we receive in the future, we would strongly urge towards, again, the soft landing that we've built ourselves upon, our ending balances, or to only spend on one-time purposes. We've also heard in the news in terms of this windfall that's suggested at the state, that could possibly go towards paying back the deferrals to school districts. So in lieu of a 10% reduction in LCFF, they implemented deferrals, which is basically an IOU to school districts in terms of cash. So we'll wait to see what happens in the January budget with any additional money that the state provides to schools.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Renee and Yumi. So it's very clear. 3 years out, our ending balance is going to be about $200 million less. And at least 3 of the factors, one, enrollments, we know aren't going to change. We're not going to experience a boom in enrollments anytime soon. Second, we have a good estimate of projecting out costs, right? And costs are going to increase. So it really only leaves a couple of variables for us to try and mitigate this. We need additional funding, no ands, ifs, or buts. But as part of that, we need for our families right now, we have till the end of December to self-report their income, right? Because at 63%, we could be higher than that. And again, that would, particularly for our lowest income families, that would secure some additional funds. So, thank you for highlighting the possible one-time funds, Board Member Kerr. But at the end of the day, we're going to be in this boat next year. And I think this is where our community members, our families, it's important for us to educate ourselves around how we receive our funds, because we can prioritize areas all day through our LCAP, but we're talking about a zero-sum game, right? We're talking about a diminished funding stream, an increase in costs, and so we need advocacy at our state and federal levels, right? Otherwise, we're gonna be stuck here a year down the line with 3 years out, us having ending balances that are 200 million reduced from where we're at right now.
Yep, that's a good point. Does anybody else have any further comment or questions? Okay, well, this is an action item, so we need a motion.
I move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer? You were muted, but I could see you said aye. Is that true? Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0.
Did we lose Ms. Craighead or is it just me?
I think we lost Mrs. Craighead.
Okay.
Let's give Letitia a moment.
Sorry. This is a connectivity issue. Everybody was frozen in time. I was talking, nobody was responding, but we're all back. Thank you for your patience. So this is an action item. Thumbs up if I read the whole thing, if everybody caught the whole thing. So maybe I need to restate that, I'm gonna say. I'll restate it just to make sure. Okay, so resolution 121520-A, declaring the results of the general municipal election held on November 3rd, 2020, and such other matters as provided by law.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, Dr. Benitez?
Aye.
Ms. Kerr?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Dr. Williams?
Aye.
I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. And now we're at administration of oath of office. So we've now come to the part of our meeting where we're going to be swearing in our new members. I'd like to welcome our new members, and let's get started with Dr. Williams and Mr. Eric Miller.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Eric, I don't see you, but you're obviously there. Okay, are you ready to go, Eric? And it's a very, very proud moment. I'm going to read the oath of office, Eric, and you need to raise your right hand. I can't see it, but I'll take your word that your hand is up. Okay. And you'll repeat after me, Eric. I, and state your name.
I, Eric Miller,
Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
do solemnly swear to, say that one more time, you move it a little quick on me.
Support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
Against all enemies.
Against all enemies.
Foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Constitution of the United States.
To the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
And the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose.
Or purpose of evasion.
For purpose of evasion.
And that I will well.
That I will well.
And faithfully discharge the duties.
And faithfully discharge the duties.
Which I'm about to enter.
Which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Eric. You are now an official member of the Board of Education, Long Beach Unified School District Area 2.
Thank you, my man.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you.
Any comments?
None at the moment. I'll reserve them for my board report at the end.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, congratulations. And now I will hand it over to Dr. Baker.
So I have the pleasure, along with Dr. Jane Close Connolly from Cal State Long Beach and Luann Bynum from Long Beach City College, of the swearing in for Mr. Doug Otto. This is a college promise swearing in, and it will begin with Dr. Connolly.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baker. Mr. Otto, are you ready? Please repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear.
Actually, he's muted.
Now you have to unmute. This is Zoom bingo. Somebody always does it, right?
Yeah.
That'll be the last time.
Okay, Doug, are you ready?
Can you hear me now?
I do hear you. So
Okay.
Please repeat after me. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Doug Otto, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
And Doug, it's my pleasure to continue the swearing in, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, you are officially a member of the Long Beach Unified Board of Education.
Hey.
I will hold off on making any comments until the end as well, but I did want to introduce my daughter and her husband and her sons Cash and Wyland, who are Rogers Mustangs, and they've been here, as they explained to me just a couple of minutes ago, for a really long time tonight, waiting for this to happen. But we wanted them to see this, so.
Hi, everyone.
Hi. Well, thank you for joining us. I want to thank Jane Connolly and Luann Bynum for joining us, for helping out with this swearing in. It's very hard to have something that is celebratory and ceremonial over Zoom. It is a momentous occasion, and that is very hard to express in this way, but we're doing the best we can. So thank you for joining us, and congratulations to our new board members. And I would just like to say thank you to Ms. John Meyer and Felton Williams for all of their years of service and for the contributions. It's a tough thing to have to say goodbye to people, especially people that you admire and respect. So thank you for everything you've done for us. Okay, next we have the 2020-2021 certification of signatures and signature authorities. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Boy, it's late. Okay, reorganization of the board. Okay.
Mrs. Craighead, I do want to invite Mr. Otto and Mr. Miller to make sure that you are present as you are just about to participate in your first item on the agenda.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have a vice president position that we're nominating for. I would like to nominate Board Member Kerr for the position of vice president to serve until our next board reorg in July of 2021.
Okay, I'm gonna need a second.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion. Ms. Kerr, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Great. And I would just like to point out that because Mr. Meyer is leaving us, it does leave us with the vacancy for vice president. And so this vice president position will be valid until July when we have our annual reorganization. I thought I would just add that to the motion. I hope you don't mind, Dr. Benitez, but okay, so
Frank, did we get that? Did we get the wording, the legalese correct?
You did. Between you, Dr. Benitez, and you, Madam Chair, you got it exactly right.
Well, I like that. Okay, then without further discussion or ado, all in favor with a roll call vote, Dr. Benitez.
Aye.
Ms. Kerr.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Otto.
Aye.
And I vote aye. So any opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. So congratulations, Ms. Kerr.
Thank you. I will complete Mr. Meyer's term with, I'm grateful to do it. Thank you.
Okay. Now we are at 2020-2021 certification of signatures and signature authorities.
Move approval.
Second.
Discussion.
Yes, this might be a question for Letitia or Madam Chair. How do you, usually this is something that we sign on the spot in person. So if you could let us know if you need us to come into the office individually, possibly outside and sign some paperwork, or how we'll be circulating that for signature would be helpful.
We will make arrangements to have someone go to your homes and get the signatures.
Thank you.
Okay. Fabulous. Thank you. And now, let's see. Dr. Baker, do we have a special
vote?
Oh, I'm
Madam
sorry.
President,
Did
we
we
didn't
not
have to vote.
Did we not vote? Did I not complete that?
No.
So close. Okay. All in favor, Dr. Benitez.
Aye.
Ms. Kerr.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
Mr. Otto.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Opposed, abstentions, passes 5-0. Thank you, Letitia. And now I believe we have a special presentation.
Yes, we have a special welcome message for Mr. Otto and Mr. Miller, and Mr. Itzen will begin the presentation. Mr. Otto and Mr. Miller, welcome to the Long Beach Unified Board of Education. We're thrilled that you have chosen to serve the Long Beach community in this most important role. I can't imagine anything more noble than being a purveyor of hope for public education. The LBUSD board has a long history of good work and focus on students, which lays a wonderful foundation for you. Personally, I look forward to building an effective governance team with you in service to our children. The future is bright with you on our team. Congratulations and welcome to LBUSD.
Congratulations are in order for our two new elected board members, Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto. Welcome to the Long Beach family. I look forward to working with both of you soon. Again, congratulations.
Mr. Otto, Mr. Miller, congratulations and welcome to our Long Beach Unified family. We're excited to have you a part of our team. We're excited to serve you and serve our community. Welcome aboard and looking forward to working with you.
Congratulations, Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto. I welcome you to the board and I'm looking forward to working with you both. I wish you the best in your new role here at Long Beach Unified, and I know it will be exciting for you to learn all about us. Welcome again. Thank you.
Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto, congratulations on the results of the recent election. We look forward to working alongside you, and we look forward to all that you will bring to our school district. You are coming to a really good place. You're not coming to a perfect place, but you're coming to a hardworking place that has a true commitment to serving the 69,000 students and families in our Long Beach community. And we are looking forward to everything new that you're going to bring, as well as a lens for work that comes with you from your prior experiences. So congratulations. We look forward to working alongside you. Welcome.
I wanted to say welcome to our two newest school board members, Mr. Eric Miller and Mr. Doug Otto. I look forward to serving alongside both of you on our school board, and wish you both much success as our newest school board members. Your success means the success for all of our students. So just want to encourage both of you to try our very best to collectively uphold our vision and our values from our community's perspectives. That's what we were elected to do. And I know that together as a board, we can help advance that vision, that community vision and those community values for the success of all of our students on our district. So I know that you will both serve tremendously and be very good colleagues. And together we can help continue the great work that our district's doing. So welcome, and look forward to you as school board members.
I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our newly elected board members, Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto. You have signed up for a really challenging job, but a very important job. In the coming days, you're going to have adults telling you what to do, asking you for things, and you'll have a lot of hard decisions to make. But if you keep the needs of all students front and center, you'll be just fine. I personally look forward to getting to know you as individuals and seeing all the talent that you're bringing to your roles. And I especially look forward to learning from your leadership. Welcome.
Congratulations, Mr. Otto and Mr. Miller, and welcome to our school board. During these uniquely challenging times, we look forward to your ideas, to your stewardship and advocacy for what is best for all students. We are here to support you in your learning about this great district and look forward to your contributions for years to come.
Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto, I want to welcome you to Long Beach Unified School District. I want to thank you for campaigning and coming on board. We are looking forward to your leadership. We're looking forward to your influence, and we're looking forward to your advocacy as you help us strive towards equity and excellence here in Long Beach. I welcome you also to our HR department. I'm looking forward to introducing you to all of our units, to all of our work, and to your support as we move forward and achieve great things for the students, the communities, and the partners here in Long Beach.
Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto, welcome to LBUSD. We're really excited to have you with us. I've been a student, a college aide, a teacher, and an administrator in our district pretty much my whole life. And I'm just so proud of the work that we've accomplished together. Really excited to have you joining our district. Your leadership is going to be so critical at this time, and we know that you're going to do such great things on behalf of students, parents, and the entire community. Welcome.
Mr. Otto and Mr. Miller, welcome to the Long Beach Unified School District family. We're so glad you're here. I look forward to working with you to work in the best interest of our students, families, teachers, staff, and community. Welcome.
Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto, on behalf of the Middle and K-8 office, I welcome you to an amazing school district. We look forward to working with you in support of our equity and excellence agenda.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Otto, it's an honor to welcome you to Long Beach Unified School District. We're excited for what you bring to our board and your honesty and openness and learning from everyone around, and I hope you have a great tenure.
Congratulations to our incoming board members. Thank you for stepping up and taking on this very important job. You have some very big shoes to fill, and I know you're going to do just fine. Welcome aboard.
Hi, I'm Lucy Salazar, and I'm the Director of Organizational Equity and Engagement. I'm also the Executive Director for the Long Beach Education Foundation. And I just want to say congratulations and welcome to LBUSD, Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto. I cannot wait to meet you and work with you. And my office is nearby your office, so stop by and say hello. And welcome to LBUSD.
Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto, welcome to the Long Beach Unified team. My name is Chris Brown, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Research and School Improvement. I am positive that your passion for the growth and success of Long Beach students will serve you well as new members of the Board of Education. I look forward to interacting with each of you in the coming weeks and working together collaboratively to push LBUSD continually forward in the pursuit of excellence and equity.
Hello, I'm Dr. Connie McGee, and on behalf of the Album Board, I would like to recognize and welcome our newly elected board members, Doug Otto and Eric Miller. We look forward to working with you in the future. Congratulations.
Hello, my name is Gilbert Bonilla Jr. I am the CCA President of Long Beach Chapter 2. I just want to say welcome to Eric Miller and Doug Otto, our new board members, and I look forward to working with you both and the other board members in advancing our district. So once again, welcome, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, and I look forward to working with you both really soon.
Hello, I'm Chris Kelly. I'm the president of the Teachers Association of Long Beach. On behalf of our members and myself, I would like to welcome and congratulate our two new board members, Doug Otto and Eric Miller. We're excited to work with you. Congratulations. We'd also like to thank Dr. Felton Williams and John Meyer for their many years of service. You will be missed. Well done, all of you.
Well, that was a wonderful welcome. I hope you are feeling that warm welcome. Oh, a little round of applause. That's a good idea. And now we're going to go to board reports. I know that you have comments, so we will start with Mr. Miller.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. So first off, I know it's getting pretty late, but I just first wanted to thank all of the Long Beach Unified School District administrative staff, our current board members, our outgoing board members, LBUSD parents, and most importantly, our students for all the well wishes and support I've gotten since the news of this new role. As most of you know, and some of you may not, I'm a proud Long Beach Unified School District student with a small growing family, which will also be Long Beach Unified School District students. And all of things considered, I have personal interest in preserving and improving the quality of our school system. But what many of you may not know is that my affinity for the district is stronger than a diploma, but a true respect for the Long Beach Unified School District staff and supporting organizations who saw more in a 12-year-old Eric Miller than I saw in myself. As a preteen in the early 90s, I hit a crossroads and began to question both my value as a person and the education system as a whole. As a young man who rarely saw academic success praised within my community, especially of people who look like me, I began to question the need of an education at all. As a Black man in a predominantly Black neighborhood, youth often praise athletic achievements and other entertainment skill sets. Though I appreciate these talents, at the time, I thought these things had little to do with academics and the education that was being forced upon me. Luckily for me, in the middle of being reprimanded by a bad decision I made in the 7th grade, I had a great school counselor at Stanford who saw not just another misguided student, but a young man who had mischanneled energy. Due to the great work of this school counselor, their efforts connected me to additional support I needed, and it became the personal catalyst that changed my life forever. These efforts redirected my energy and helped me to be the first in my family to go to college. And thanks to their hard work, along with the hard work of my parents and my education, I've broken a cycle of poverty that has plagued the Miller family and Black families like mine for generations. I unfortunately know that my story is unique, as there are hundreds of Black and brown boys in my district who too were experiencing some of the same and even more oppressive circumstances. And I understand how fortunate I am and plan to use my personal experiences along with my professional and advocacy efforts to guide my decision-making for this generation and hopefully make my unique story obsolete because of the more consistent success of our at-promise youth in upcoming generations. So in response to the district's current status, my highest priorities are to make sure that the schools and students have the most up-to-date resources, providing the needed support to our underachieving students, and increasing communication between the district, the families, and the communities. So as I continue to be a catalyst of change, I also understand the commitment and dedication that this role is going to require. So as I take this large responsibility, I know that I won't be doing it alone. And I want to thank my family and my beautiful wife for their support and look forward to being a part of the fantastic Long Beach Unified School District family. Lastly, when I was at Millikan in the inaugural Bible as Literature class, my teacher at the time was Natter 12. I can remember in response to my class finals, Mr. 12 was truly impressed, and he shared with the class, "You all are special, and one day I'm going to be working for one of you." Well, kind of. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Thank you for that heartfelt, yes, a round of applause. Thank you for that heartfelt speech. What a success story. And I love that part about Mr. Chwal telling you that someday one of you, that he'll be working for one of you, and look at that, manifest destiny. Ah, thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Otto.
Thanks so much for the opportunity. I want to thank Presidents Jane Close Conley and Luann Bynum and Superintendent Baker for honoring me by administering the oath of office as I become a member of the Long Beach Unified District Board of Education. In my opinion, there is no higher office that anyone can hold than to be a member of an education board. It's where the most important work is done on a day-to-day basis. I asked those education leaders to jointly swear me in collectively, as well as with the city of Long Beach, because they constitute a partnership, the Long Beach College Promise, that has achieved national and even international recognition. The promise transforms lives and guarantees our city's economic future by placing higher education within the reach of any one of our students. And we have seen with the statistics over the years that that's what we do, among the things we do very, very well. I'm a product of Long Beach schools. I went to Patrick Henry, Marshall, Millikan High School, Long Beach City College. And when I came back to Long Beach after college and graduate school, I did so because I love this community and I didn't want to spend another winter in Chicago. And when I came back, I realized that my education had provided me with an unbelievable opportunity in my life. And I've ever since, and I've come back, since I've been back, I've wanted to give back to the city of Long Beach, particularly in the area of education. I've been doing that for a long time now, and I've done it in various ways. I was a teacher. I've been on the community college board for a long time. I've been involved in educational policy issues at the local, state, and national level for a long time, and I'm excited by what's going on in education and a little trepidatious about what I see the road ahead is, but I'm willing to help tackle those issues. When the opportunity came to run for the Long Beach Unified District Board of Education, it felt like I was coming home. I have fond memories of my experiences as a student at Long Beach Unified School District. I knew lots and lots of people, and some of you may not know, but one of the reasons I knew so many people was because I had an identical twin brother who everybody thought I was him and he was me. And so I had lots of friends that I only knew about by that fact. But I won my election in the primary back in early March, and that gave me literally 9 months to get to know the Long Beach Unified School District leaders and policies. And along with my good friend and predecessor, John Meyer, we have personally met with every one of the 23 principals in my area. And I've been awestruck by the knowledge and character of each of those principals and the dedication they have to teaching our students and helping them succeed. I want to thank all of the principals for agreeing to meet with me and John and share with me their passion for knowledge and their schools. And I feel like I've already got an education that's very, very inspiring. I also especially want to thank at this time the people that worked in my campaign, and then the people that were kind enough and thoughtful enough to vote for me and help me to win that election. I promise all of my supporters and everyone in the district that I will work hard to be dedicated to the success of our students, because those are the most important people of all. And I know from my work at community colleges that that's where the rubber meets the road. In my opinion, the goals of the district set us on a perfect pathway for student success. First, excellence. We are a school district with a storied history committed to helping our students achieve their goals. But second, and equally important, is equity. That means we are committed to the success of each and every one of our students. And we must do whatever it takes to ensure that all of our students succeed. And I have been committed to that at the community college level, and I see it as an even more important task at the Unified School District level. We do that by building compassionate relationships with one another, honoring each other as others' individual worth, and developing policies and procedures that support those goals in a transparent way that help us achieve the goals that we have set. I especially want to thank John Meyer for all that he's done for me. I've known John for a long time, but when I said, John, I'm thinking about talking to the principals, he was there every day to meet all of those principals and introduce me, and it was a great experience. I also want to say congratulations to Felton Williams. I've known Felton for a long time when he was a dean at Long Beach City College, and since then we've had many talks, and I respect the 16 years that he's spent on this board, and I wish him a happy retirement, although I don't think he's going to really retire. I think he's going to bring his wisdom to all of us, and I hope especially me. The person, however, that I really want to thank more than anybody else is my wife. My wife not only kind of ran my election, but she kind of runs my life. And when I say that, what I mean is, if you ask any number of people in my district what they think of me, they'll say, I don't know him that well, but I know his wife, and she's great. And I think that she's been an absolute solid factor in the things that I've been able to do and the things that we do together. You may also not know that she retired as an assistant vice president for the Cal State System for Development and Advancement, and had many years there doing great work. And so we've got education in our blood. We've got 5 kids and 9 grandkids, and we're busy with all of that work at the same time. And I'm looking forward to doing this work because I think it's the most important thing going on in Long Beach. I'm honored to be on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, a round of applause. Absolutely. We are honored and blessed to have you both with us. So welcome aboard. Let's move on. Dr. Benitez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. To my 2 new board colleagues, welcome. I look forward to working with the both of you alongside board members Craighead and Kerr. It's a tough and challenging time that we have, but I am fully confident that we will help advance our district and help expand opportunities even during these challenging times for all of our students, but particularly our most vulnerable. So I do want to acknowledge our public comments today. I want to thank folks for calling and using our voicemail system, and want to make sure that, particularly for those folks that called about the K-8 consolidation, want to make sure that we acknowledge that we made a very difficult decision tonight, and we understand the impact that it has on students and families, and so we don't take these decisions lightly. I just want to make sure that folks know that we heard and we read emails, and so thank you for your public comments. Even though we had to make difficult decisions, and even though some may not be happy with those decisions, we realize the impact that it does have on students and families, and thereby highlighting why we wanted to make sure that we provide supports for students and families tonight. I also want to make sure that we acknowledge, and it's a good reminder for us as we have 2 new board members coming in, the importance of centering Black students, right? And so I'm appreciative of the update that Dr. Brown and Mr. Zaid and Dr. Baker gave today around our equity work, particularly around our opportunity gaps, our disparities in our educational outcomes. We've got a lot of work to do. So I'm looking forward to working with my colleagues on making sure that we don't just talk about racial equity and social justice, but that we uphold that and reflect that through our policies, through our resources, through our decision-making on our board, and that we look out for our most vulnerable students during these particularly challenging times. And that also includes our students with disabilities, right? So thank you for everyone that is continuing to make public comment. I'm proud of our district, and I'm proud that we have engaged community members so that we can uphold our community's vision around student success. And I know that that will be something that our 2 new board members will also be proud to uphold. So it's a good night for Long Beach tonight in the midst of so many difficulties and challenges. And I'm excited and looking forward to moving forward and making sure that we do right by all students, but particularly our most vulnerable. So thank you to my colleagues, thank you to our district staff, and thank you to all of our teachers and all of our classified and school site staff during these very challenging times. I want to wish everyone, since this is the last time we're meeting this calendar year, a very warm, healthy, and in whatever capacity we can, happy holiday season. Please stay safe. Please do everything that we can to make sure that we're upholding all of our health considerations for all of our students. We heard an update today on the difficulty it is going to be to reopen up our schools when it's safe. So that burden is incumbent upon all of us to uphold. So as we're staying safe, as we're missing family members, I have a 3rd grader that hasn't seen her grandparents since February. And all of us are playing a big role and a big part to make sure that we stay safe. So wishing you all a lot of warmth and happiness this holiday season, but also being very cognizant that that happiness and that health depends on all of us making a concerted effort. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Benitez. Ms. Kerr?
Yes, I'll be brief as well. Mr. Miller and Mr. Otto, welcome to the Long Beach Unified Board and to this incredible organization that, again, Dr. Brown said it very well. We are not perfect and we know that, but we are starting from a really good place. I think there probably is no more difficult time to have become a board member. I've heard that on some national calls, as well as new board members are stepping into their roles across the country. And I'm so grateful for your focus on students and the lens that I feel is most important, which is working with students at the center of everything that we do and every consideration. So I am excited to have you on board. As you heard on this call, the future is it's bumpy. Our communities across the country and locally are struggling, and those financials are not always easy to look at. But we can, when we focus on doing what's right for all students, and as Dr. Benitez said, our most vulnerable students at the core of our work, it's a great team, and it's a time where there's opportunity to be incredibly mission driven and incredibly focused on the work of equity and excellence. So I'm excited for what's next. I am nervous for what's next, but I'm glad to have you as part of the team to do the work. To our community who continues to come out and remind us of what's important to them, thank you. As Dr. Benitez said again, the decisions we make here are tough and they sit with us. And I'm sure Ms. Craighead remembers having to do this work before, as the longest tenured board member, has made a lot of tough decisions over the years. I certainly add this night to those very tough nights, because we know how deeply personal your school communities are to you and to your families. So know that we hold that, and I appreciate your willingness to share how this all feels for you, because that's an important part of the work. To our community members who ask us to continue to focus on our Black students and on equity and centering the most vulnerable, thank you. We will continue to do that. I commit tonight with this new board to continue to do this work with by their side and by yours. To our great new equity leadership team and our committees that go with that, thank you for saying yes to partner with us in the work. You've been asking for a long time to be more of a partner and have more of a voice. And I'm so glad we're at a point where this is happening, and I welcome that voice. I know we won't always agree or know each other's experience, but I look forward to learning together to do what's best for our students. Stay safe and well. It's really, again, I think I've said at every board report, it's really, really tough out there. It's hard and it's super scary right now for a lot of our families, especially our families of essential workers who are making sure the rest of us have groceries, who are making sure the rest of us are able to get Christmas gifts for family members, who are delivering things, who are doing the work behind the scenes. I am grateful to every single one of them, and I commit to doing my part to keeping them safe by staying home and making good decisions. And I would ask and implore our community over the next couple of weeks that we continue to do that work, because if we want to come back together as communities sooner rather than later, it will take all of us making that hard decision. So know that I am sad and frustrated with you, but hopeful that we can get past this, and we will get past this as long as we're working together. So stay safe and well, and enjoy the holidays that you celebrate via Zoom or waving to folks through windows, but know that we're all carrying that same burden with you. And we look forward to seeing you back here again in January.
Thank you. Well, everyone's comments just underscores the fact that the work that we do is a work of heart, that it is sometimes emotional because we're dealing with we're dealing with families and students, and as it's been said, it's not always easy, but it's the best work we can do. I neglected to mention at the beginning of the meeting that it's Hanukkah. So for those of our community that are celebrating Hanukkah, happy 6th night of Hanukkah. I really should have said that at the beginning. And now I'd like to pass it on to our superintendent, Dr. Baker.
Thank you. I'll be brief as well tonight, but I do have a few things that I'd like to share in closing. First of all, I'd like to thank members of our team who made presentations tonight and who prepared just really hard information to share with the Board of Education in support of hard decisions, but who really brought forth budget information and equity information that really matters to each of us in the district, as well as you all as board members. And so thank you to colleagues who came forward tonight to make presentations. Also want to thank the board. Many of the decisions that you made tonight, as well as into the future, are hard decisions. And just know that as we center students, there will be more hard decisions to come as we contemplate budget cuts and get into the future. But I appreciate your the way that you look at data, the way that you interact with us, and the way that you very much take to heart all that you have to decide on behalf of the 70,000 students that we serve. And then just a couple of announcements. First of all, in partnership with Long Beach Health and Human Services, as well as the Los Angeles Regional Food Bank, there will be a drive-through food distribution at the Long Beach Convention Center from approximately 9 to 12 this Saturday. And we encourage our families who need food to have through the winter break that they go to the food distribution and make sure that they access what they need for the winter break. Mrs. Kerr, did you want to add? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought maybe you were going to add something. And then lastly, I want to encourage our families, our students, and our teachers. We have talked at different times a lot about caring for self. And as we head into the winter break, I just want to reiterate a message of gratitude and a message of caring for self. One of the ways that we can do that is we are sending a message to teachers and to families and to students about no homework during the winter break, that the winter break is a time for restoration and for self-care. And for some students, it might be an opportunity to make up assignments that they need to catch up on, but that there will be no homework added to the load that families face. In addition to that, we have made arrangements in the month of January leading into the end of the semester across K-12 to add some asynchronous time for students. This has really grown out of student voice. Dr. Camerino's interaction with students, my student advisory committee, really bringing voice to the need to have time to work and prepare for finals, time to interact on an individual or in a small group with a teacher. And this asynchronous time is going to add to our students' ability to be prepared for finals and to interact with their teachers. And so as we all head into winter break, board members and staff, many of whom have been in their offices since before 7 a.m. this morning, and I see it's 9 o'clock. I just want to wish all of you some rest and restoration, and we look forward to 2021, making it a better year than 2020. So thank you all.
Are there any further announcements? Yes, Ms. Kerr.
So I didn't want to interrupt Dr. Baker. We know that Nutrition Services has been providing meals for families consistently from the beginning. And we know we're entering a time when Nutrition Services will be taking some time for rest and restoration for themselves as well. But we also know that that has an impact on our families. So as Dr. Baker mentioned, there is a food drive at the convention center on Saturday morning. There is also a drive-through food distribution happening at Cabrillo High School on Thursday morning. I believe that requires a sign up. So if you look online, Dr. Baker and Mr. Itzen, if we could push out that link on our social media pages so that we have that available. And I am hopeful that we can work on knowing when those food distribution events will be happening over the next 2 weeks. So pay attention to social media posts and pages and look for those opportunities to supplement any food that families may need during this time down. And we'll, as an organization, try to get that information to families as best we can. But this Thursday for sure, and this Saturday as well.
Thank you. Okay, any other announcements? How about a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, everyone. As Dr. Baker said, you've been here since early this morning. Get some rest. Good night, everyone.
Night.